Good morning, everybody. Let me just make sure all my settings are running properly. There we go. Looking good, looking good. Good. Yep, there we go. Stream elements. Let me make sure that this is all still working. Uh, oh, okay. Hold on. How do I thought I had that set up. Shit. How do I add that in? There we go. Why is it saying that for Hades? It should not be saying that for Hades. I thought I changed it. What the hell? No, it's still... No, no. Alright, well. Well, glorious Sunday to everybody. Let me just adjust this slightly. This is still a little too loud. I'm going to drop it down to 60% so I can hopefully hear myself a little bit better. And hopefully it's not too loud for anybody. There we go. All right, so yes, we are going to be starting a new RPG. We've got an Elden Ring done. I was trying to figure things out last week, and everything just kind of fell apart as far as streaming went. So we're going to be doing a playthrough of Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader by Owlcat Studios. I've been a longtime fan of the Warhammer series, of the Warhammer universe in general, really. I've played a bit of the tabletops, assembled some of the miniatures, painted them up. Looking forward to Space Marine 2 later this year as well. Knowing how long Owlcat games tend to be, we will not be done with this by then, but I'll probably break up playing this with some other games in between. But for the most part, much like Elden Ring, we're going to be focusing down on Rogue Trader. It's been a while since this game came out. I'm really hoping that they've dealt with a lot of the issues as far as bugs and other things go. I know they've been doing a lot of bug fixes and a lot of updates for this. I have played... Hold on, my mic is peaking a lot. Give me 1 second. There we go. Let's try that right here. Nope, still a little high. How about now? Let me see if that works. That works. Yep, it's in close... Well, hold on. We're gonna have to go into my filters real fast. Let me try that now. Let me try that now. Is that closer to the yellow? Let me make sure. Okay, how about now? How about now? Okay, that's better. It's staying more in the yellow and not peaking quite as much. Sorry about that. I've been away for a little bit. And suddenly being a pain in the ass on me right now. Okay, the sound still seems to be good. Desktop audio is good. Mic and auxiliary is not peaking as much. Okay, but as I was saying, so the plan is to play through this. As you can see, hopefully it's showing up properly. Let me check. Yes, it is. I actually have the chat now. So, Mother Teresa, the lovely follower from earlier this week, who got into a very long discussion with me while I was playing Hades, will now actually be able to be seen if anybody shows up, and I don't just sound like I'm crazy talking to somebody who isn't there. I mean, that's pretty much what a Twitch chatter does anyway, or Twitch streamer does anyway if nobody's there, but oh well. So yes, we're going to be playing Rogue Trader. We're going to be going through it. As I said, I have played the beginning of this, basically what is essentially the tutorial, the very first star system that you go in. Honestly, I've played through the quasi-tutorial, quote-unquote, about 3 times because I kept getting upset with how I had built my character and then resetting and then doing it again, and then making a slightly different choice, and then resetting, and then doing it again. I have a problem when I do that in RPGs, and I'm actually kind of relying on doing it on stream to help prevent that. So we are going to do our level best not to save scum unless absolutely necessary. We're going to do our level best to actually let our decisions fall where they may and actually just let it play out. Even if I make suboptimal choices, even if I have issues, we're going to just kind of let everything go the way it's supposed to go. That being said, I don't know. I'm going to adjust a few of the settings. I want something between normal and story, because I've played Pathfinder and Pathfinder Kingmaker, which are two of Owlcat's other games, and normal has a tendency of having some encounters that are just overtuned to all hell, but story tends to give you too many buffs. So we're going to look through this real fast and see how things... I'm going to make some slight adjustments for this. Slight adjustment. Space combat activity is going to be normal. Minimum damage, yep. Number of injuries received before becoming a trauma. I'm going to bump that up to 5. Number of rounds before fresh wound becomes an old wound. I'm going to bump that up to 5. Damage dealt to player's party after subtracting all modifiers. I'm going to bump that... Ooh, what? I'm going to bump that down. Put that up. I don't know why it changed all of these settings as well. Enemy wounds modifier, we're just going to drop them by about 10%. Just a little bit. Skill test difficulty modifier. I can't remember which one. What was the character that was... Flat modifier for the difficulty. Oh god, I'm gonna have to look at what the... So they said it higher than that. Okay, so we're going to keep that. See, I don't want 80%. No. We'll do 20% for the wound modifier. Damage dealt to party members after tracking all sources. We'll go and put that at 30. 75% for that. 5 for that. Base combat can be normal. We'll set the minimum damage to 3. Set that to 25. We'll keep the skill test difficulty modifier, since otherwise First of all, I know the Rogue Trader system, and I know it's hard to cover your skills anywhere near as easily compared to something like D&D or Pathfinder system. And 2, if I set that to where it normally is, I know I'm going to save scum. So we're going to... You know what? We'll put it halfway. It was 30 for normal, 50 for story. We'll go ahead and put it at 40, and I will not touch anything regarding that. NPC characteristic modifier. We'll go ahead and change that to a minus 25. Minimum damage dealt to enemies after reduction. Go ahead and drop that down to 20. Minimum damage. That was at 2, I think, for normal. We'll go ahead and set it to 3. Just a slight buff. Party momentum gain does not need to be that high. We'll set it to 20%. Full cover hit bonus. Let me see. Okay, so basically, this is adding an additional 20% to partial cover and an additional 40% to full cover when you're behind it. See, I don't need that to change their dodge. We'll go ahead and do that. chance to avoid enemy ranged attacks. Full cover reduces the hit character by 60, so that would be 100 to 110. We'll go ahead and set that to 20, so that way full cover is at an 80% reduction, which to me makes sense if you're behind full cover. Partial cover reduces it by 35. That would take it to 55. I'm going to drop. Hold on. So if that takes it to 80, go ahead and drop there. That makes them 80 and 40, which I think is fair. So we're going to go ahead and do that. Sorry if I sound a little off. I did something stupid and I doom scrolled yesterday on a website, and it was a horrible idea. I did not get to sleep until like 3:30 in the morning my time. It was a horrible decision. It did nothing but ruin my sleep, and I should not have done it. It happens every now and then. About once a month, I'll just start doom scrolling on a website, and I always regret it the next day. Always regret it. Now we're gonna go with custom character. Now, I tried finding a custom portrait that I could use for this, but quite frankly, honestly, I'll give props to Owlbear's art department, because all of these, every single one of these, is so good for Rogue Crane. It honestly is. I've seen a lot of players love this one, just because it's so quintessentially fat Imperial bastard. And if you know anything about the Imperium's nobility, if I was going to play a nobility character, which I'm not, this is what I would pick. Man is just built different. He is the living embodiment of everything that people hate about that shit. No, I'm leaning towards Psyker, but I don't like either of the direct Psyker photos or pictures. So I'm probably leaning more towards something. The real question is, do I want something that kind of leans more into range or more into melee? I'm thinking melee. Possibly the Preacher. Even if I don't end up playing the Preacher. Because as I said, it's probably going to be Psyker. That's more of a rogue. More of your traditional noble. I do like this guy just because the eyes. This is a man who is totally convinced he is doing the right thing when he orders the death of an entire world. There's also Big Game Hunter, Cocky Bastard. Not a bad one. Not a bad one. I like the Judge Dredd shoulder pads, actually, on that one. I don't know why. The purple skin on that one always looks weird to me. Like, more so than the Psykers. And unfortunately, I know from playing the tutorial that this guy, or the area right after the tutorial, that this guy is this portrait is actually something that is used by another character. Otherwise, it wouldn't be that bad, because it's actually a nice neutral kind of thing that could be used for any... Why did my screen flicker? Are we still good? Steam. Steam. We good? Okay. Scaring the shit out of me there. Don't do that. Question is, I need one that I'm willing... You know what? We're going to go with this one. It doesn't even have a bad start, like, form for the character model. It's nice and neutral as far as ranged, melee, kind of cocky, kind of arrogant. Yeah, we're going to go with that one. We're going to go with that one. Don't think I need to change anything here. That makes him fatter. That makes him thinner. We'll just go for the default body type. I'm fine with that. Do I want to change anything with the face? No. Hair. We are going to... Yeah. Let's go with like a burnt red. Dark red. Go. Why is his beard a different color? Hold on. No, that one. It's that one. Oh, there it is. It wasn't showing up. Yeah, there we go. burnt red all around. I like that color, and it'll fit in with what we are going to be doing with our character. We're not going to be seeing many of the tattoos, I don't think, but I will go ahead and select one. I'm going to go with... Nope, not that one. I like the one with the chains on the left hand. Give me something that stands out a little bit. There we go. More bluish kind of color. And then we're going to... Oh, no. I want that one. And then we're also going to grab this one. Same coloration. And finally... I like the idea that they're all on the same side. So I want that one. That one's a bit much. Also way too chaotic. Too chaotic. It's still too much. Hold on. Go with that one. Slight gold to that, symbolizing his quasi-enslavement to the Imperium. Guess what character origin we're going to be going for through being chained to the Aquila. I think you'll have an idea why I made him a redhead as well. Do we want any other augmentations? He's already got the little bolt on there. He's got the scar.
Lay in the course.
No, we don't want that.
Heresy grows from idleness.
Time to reap the spoils of the battle. I'll make it happen. I don't need luck. I have strategy.
Go with that one. Pragmatic. Now, Homeworld. So, for anyone not familiar with Warhammer 40k, if you're checking this out, we've got Death World, Void World, Hive World, Forge World, Imperial World, and Fortress World. And the best way I can put it down is Death World is you grew up having to deal with xenomorphs. Voidborn, you grew up having to deal with everything that's on a ship and all of the problems they're in. Hive World is Judge Dredd on steroids, and you're not one of the judges. Forge World is basically living in a planet-sized factory. Imperial World is actually a variety of things and is usually decent, but by the standards of 40k, or at least by the standards of the Imperium. But it also tends to have things like, no heresy and stuff like that, where these guys will not know much about the universe. These guys buy purely into the propaganda. I suppose it just depends on if we want... That was my only debate, was did I want to try and do melee or ranged? Thinking ranged, because that's going to pair better with the archetype that I'm going to be using. No, Hive World's not going to work with that. Void World's not going to work with that. Death World has some interesting bonuses that go with pretty much any kind of taking damage and things like that. But Forge World does have some nice bonuses too. Going to go with Fortress World. So Fortress World, they were the ones I didn't talk about, of course. So planet-wide military fortifications and military production. The most famous in 40k is Cadia. RIP. Planet broke before the Guard did. Fortress Worlds are planets where the entire population is immersed in warfare. They constantly train for the day they may be called upon to defend the Imperium. A charge they solemnly uphold. Fortress Worlds are established as bulwarks against the enemy. Every citizen is a soldier trained to fight from the moment they can pull a weapon. Yep. I'm going to take that. Now, our class. Now, as I said, chains on the arm and an Imperial Aquila there. It's going to be very obvious what I pick when I get to it. But I'll go on down these in case anybody's unfamiliar with the 40k universe. So we have an Astra Militarum commander, commonly known as the Imperial Guard, is the primary fighting force of the Imperium and first line of defense for the myriad threats that endanger the existence of humanity in the 41st millennium. He served as one of the commanders in the Astra Militarum Regiment, commanding thousands and winning battles in the name of the God Emperor. The ballistic skill, perception, athletics, Medicae, better perception, better Medicae, access to a couple of support abilities. You have the Commissar with that frickin' grip and the best hat, no doubt about it. Commissars of the Officio Praefectus are ruthless officers charged with maintaining the morale, discipline, and fighting spirit of the Astra Militarum Regiment. He used to be one of these faithful servants of the God Emperor, a living symbol of imperial authority regarded with mixed fear and awe. Crime Lord, which can be from pretty much any world, also very good appearance in my opinion, looks very good. I also like the what look to be shotgun shells, or at least something similar to it, embedded in the gauntlets. The Imperium survives and prospers in no small part due to the narrowness of its vision, but a rebellious mind and will such as yours could not be so easily constrained. The dark paths of smugglers and renegades that wind through the facade of the Imperium society offer a dangerous refuge for those unwilling to bow to the law. You used to be one of these dangerous yet resourceful individuals. An interesting idea. Definitely has some synergy with things they like. I believe it's the Bounty Hunter class, or Advanced class, I should say, that shows up later. They love that. Lots of bonuses to perception and utilizing that to get bonuses to the enemy. The Munitorian Priest, which I still don't necessarily like their choice of hat for the Munitorium. I don't know. It doesn't go full Pope hat ridiculousness that would be kind of hilariously awesome, but it's not like practical, cool combat priest either. So, The Ecclesiarchy, also known formally as the Adeptus Ministorum, is a vast institution that oversees the galaxy-spanning religion of the Imperium. The Ecclesiarchy's complex hierarchies of cardinals, missionaries, preachers, and zealous laity ensure that prescribed prayers and invocations are made, all the while instructing the masses to guard against heresy and deviance. He used to be one of those fiery and charismatic individuals concerned with keeping close watch on the congregation. They get some bonuses to willpower, they get some bonuses to willpower-based abilities, adding momentum and things like that. Shield of Faith, I also know, is a good one later in the game, since, as I said, I don't have any story spoilers, but I mean, it's 40k. Demons are going to show up in large numbers eventually, so I imagine it's probably a good ability to have. Naval Officer is more of your classic face character. He's getting access to fellowship abilities. He's getting access to additional officer abilities. That's one of the archetypes I know of that it's really not for me, but it's apparently one of the most powerful of the classes just because it gives buffs to everyone else in your force. It's just unfortunate that one of the first characters that you can find as a companion is absolutely better at being an officer than everyone else in the game, and comes with additional abilities. The Imperial Navy is responsible for the fleets of void ships that assert the dominance of the Imperium amid the stars and fulfill other duties connected to the void and warp travel. You used to be a Navy officer and a commander of a void ship, hardened in numerous battles and famous for resounding victories. Then you have a noble. I think their features say it all. You serve me. Or sorry, you, period, serve me, period. As well as you protect me. You kill it. You go on. You are next. And you do something. The high nobility of the Imperium are an enormously privileged and powerful elite, a breed apart from the common masses they rule. You grew into adulthood upon a pedestal of affluence and grandeur that towered high above the common masses. You expected their obedience and lived upon the fruits of their toil, surrendered to your family in solemn fealty. But we will not be any of these. We are chained to the Imperium itself. We are chained to its service. We are a sanctioned Psyker. Psykers are feared and distrusted, but nonetheless valuable assets of the Imperium. The role of the Adeptus Astra Telepathica is to recruit, identify, and classify those found to possess psychic abilities in connection to the war. The most powerful who somehow survive the rigorous sanctioning rituals are selected to serve on the battlefield, said here, is alongside the Astra Militarum. The mind of sanctioned Psykers is steeled against the manifold dangers risked by the wielders of warp powers. You were one of these found worthy to serve humanity and miraculously survive the perils of the warp. Note, damaging Psyker powers count as weapon attacks, counting towards an attack in return, and gaining all benefits of abilities and talents increasing the damage attack. For example, soldiers with a gun will still be damaging Psyker powers, yep. And an operative's analyze ability affects the damage of damaging Psyker powers. Yep. So we get Sanctioned Psyker, which reduces our chance to trigger psychic phenomena by 20%, which is really good. If you know anything about warp power in 40k, you know how good that is. and Psyker, albeit a weak. We get bonuses to our toughness and willpower, to our lore for the warp, our carouse skill, an additional further bonus to our willpower, and bonus to warp. And we have 5 schools of magic, well, warp power to select from: divination, telepathy, sanctum, pyromancy, and biomancy. The redhead, he's got a beard. If you know anything about Warhammer, you know exactly what school of magic we're going to use. As well as all the various abilities that they get. We're taking Sanctioned Psyker. We are going for a Pyromancer. We are also going to switch that over to red. Change the secondary color. Works for me. The Pyromancer is the Master of Flame. Psyker, who is able to create searing infernos out of thin air. Pyromancer is one of the most spectacular and destructive forms of psychic ability. Those who face a Pyromancer in combat are off reduced to naught but a pile of charred bone. We have a variety of ways of setting things on fire. We have a variety of ways of setting that fire further on enemies, burning away armor, dealing additional damage over time, and increasing our critical hit units. Now, I know Tramp, I think, just affects a couple of different abilities. We have... I'm trying to remember which one it is that starts off with the decent one. The power of your sorcery crushed the demon of the archenemy and drove it back into the warp. Increase coercion by 5. That's what we want. And we also have the Darkest Hour. Yes. Well... we're going to go with this one. You were accused of being possessed by a warp entity and forced into exile, leaving your soul forever scarred. For importance. And we will be going with the Soldier class. So we can get Run and Gun, Revel and Slaughter. And this will boost our agility as well as ballistic skill. So we are going to go with 2 points into ballistic skill. That's bringing it up to 40. Go with 2 points into willpower to get to 50. We're going to put 1 point in perception to take that up to 40, and 1 point in toughness, because eventually we are going to be going... Come on, let me see it. I know there's... There we go. We're going to be going Bounty Hunter in order to increase the chance to deal damage. Go back. Characteristic selected. We're going to be using the Firestorm class with this is the one that came with the pre-order. I think this was the last game I have pre-ordered, and that's just because I had played both Pathfinder, Pathfinder Kingmaker, and I really have enjoyed Owlcats. Those, however, are games that I finished Kingmaker, so I will not be playing that on stream most likely. But I only got to about Chapter 3 of Path of the Righteous before the sheer number of DLC and bugs, the DLC that they had planned, and the bugs that I had seen not fixed, convinced me to stop. Kind of the same situation with this, but I love the 40k universe more than I like Pathfinder. So we will be playing Path of the Righteous, or Wrath of the Righteous, at a later date, when I will finally get a chance to play through the entire campaign and entire story of that. So... but in general, I do not advocate for the pre-ordering of games. I have not pre-ordered Space Marine 2 or any of the other games that I'm looking forward to for the next year or so. I'm very much of the opinion that Total Biscuit, aka John Bain, shared before his passing on many of his videos, do not pre-order. It is encouraging the worst aspects of the gaming industry as far as their willingness to just put out shit products and then try to fix them later. Do not pre-order. I don't care how... We live in an age of digital distribution, for God's sake. You do not need to pre-order. Wait for the game to drop, see what the actual reviews say, see what the actual gameplay looks like, then make your choice. We are also, because I like the irony of it, going to be taking the ship name of Morning Star. The name I particularly like It references Christian mythos and Christian theology in regards to Lucifer, falling star, the morning star, but also gives it a 40k twist by calling it the Morning Star. I don't know. I always just like the name. So yes, this is the ship we will be aboard. And in classic 40k fashion, it is almost 2 kilometers freaking long and has a crew of 25,000. We are literally flying a small city in space. The Von Valencius flagship, the Morning Star. Right, we've got our guy, we've got our selection. Give me that. Go ahead and change this up. We are Sovani von Ignis. I just like the idea of having a second part of the... or no, wait. We need to do that because Von Valencius is going to be... So, Sovani de... Ooh, Firenze. Because if I remember correctly when I looked this up, Firenze being similar to the, what is it? It's Venice or one of the other cities in Italy. But it also has relation to the Italian word for fire. So since we're playing a pyromancer, and we'll say that he's from the world of Firenze. And soon he will be head of the Von Valencius House of Rogue Crew. Soldier, Sanctioned Psyker, Fortress World. Got our abilities. Let's go. Swear to God, Steam, you better be doing what I think you're doing. Yes, everything's looking good. Okay. Up. OBS back up. Thank you. Alright. Still got to get in the habit of not clicking on anything so that I don't skip dialogue. Because unfortunately, when I play on my own, I tend to read ahead of whatever the audio is going, and I just... It does clean things up, but I'm trying not to interrupt anything. Here we go. One of the best openings, just as far as setting the tone for being on an Imperial warship. I mean, look at this shit.
An excellent place for contemplation. One has the best view of the cathedral from here. Mesmerizing, wouldn't you say? An impeccable manifestation of the God Emperor's sublimity.
As I said, I have played the tutorial. Don't worry. Oh, hello, Finep. I have no idea. Cheap viewers on blank. I have no idea what you said. If that's a swear word, I did not realize that my chat filter was set to take that off, but I'll have to take a look at that. I don't really mind swears. I'm probably going to swear at some point, especially when this game inevitably fricks me, fucks me, whatever you want to say on the dice rolls, because my dice rolls are horrible. And that's honestly part of the reason I adjust the difficulty on these games, because I've played on normal, and I've also seen me roll what is essentially the equivalent of a natural 1 4 or 5 times in a row on a character that is on rolls that it should have no problem on. And yet I roll a 1 multiple times in a row, and it pisses me the fuck off. Let me see here. As I said, I know about you, but still, frankly, such excess can be tiring.
I believe there are those among us who share that sentiment. But such is our duty, is it not? To overcome base weaknesses and desires, so as to excel in our service to the God Emperor, the master of humanity. Allow me to introduce myself.
Yes, please.
Conrad Voigtveer, Master of Whispers, in the employ of Her Ladyship Rogue Trader Theodora von Valencius, at your service. I haven't had the pleasure of speaking with you in person before,
My name is Sovani de Firenze, and so as to avoid any misunderstandings, I am a sanctioned psyker of the Imperium.
I am aware of that fact. It would have been unacceptable negligence to have overlooked such a detail when compiling your profile.
Oh, I'm sure.
Fate bestowed upon you powers of witchcraft, and a duty to use them for the good of the Imperium. Yours is truly an unenviable lot. I will be frank with you. You may forget your past titles, no matter who gave them to you, or what their origins are. From the moment you and the other candidate were brought aboard this void ship, your fate changed. You now serve Lord Captain Theodora von Valencias, and carry the burden of an heir of this house. Henceforth, you share your dynastic name with her ladyship. Bear it with honor.
Captain. Strange title for the Lady Theodora.
Such are the traditions of the Imperium. Lord Captain is the title that was established in the annals of the Lex Imperialis, at the time when the first rogue traders entered the Gold Emperor's service, and therefore, it is sacrosanct.
Honestly, it's a smart thing to treat the players if they don't know much about the Imperium at large, since honestly, those that live on ships, especially officers and things like that, are probably amongst the most knowledgeable, whereas most people who live on planet side in the Imperium really don't have much information about the Imperium as a whole, or how many of its various institutions are run. Least of all rogue traders, who are among the few in the Imperium with actual rights and, you know, freedoms. Not many, but by in comparison, at least by the measure of what we would judge as them, but in comparison to the thriving masses of humanity, a lot. Why am I aboard this vessel? Why have you brought me
So
here?
that you may fulfill your blood duty. Whatever obligations you had before, they are henceforth null and void. By order of the Lord Captain, you have been requisitioned to serve the rogue trader, indeed blessed by the God Emperor. Your former position may have been different from conventional service as part of one of the institutions of the Imperium, but from now on, a different fate awaits you. One chosen for you by the Lord Captain. I advise you to come to terms with this reality as quickly as possible.
And you have a curious title as well, Master of Whisperers. What are your responsibilities?
To put it plainly, I am the head of the network of spies and informers who serve the interests of House von Valencias. I uncover weak links both among Lady Theodora's retinue and in the ranks of her rivals. I eliminate our vulnerabilities and exploit those of others.
Tell me about the one on whose ship I found myself, this Lord Captain Lady Theodora.
I would rather not discuss the Lord Captain behind her back. Especially not on board her ship. No one knows better than I that whispers are wont to attract particularly close attention. Suffice it to say that her ladyship is the bearer of the sacred warrant of trade and a woman of immense power and entitlement. However privileged your position may be, I ask that you do not incur her anger by being disrespectful or obtuse. Lady Theodora despises both qualities.
You say I am but one of the Rogue Trader's heirs, so there is another candidate.
There is, and you will meet him soon enough.
I assume you had some goal in mind when you decided to speak.
But of course, I have come to invite you to a meeting with Lady Theodora. I imagine you have many questions for your patroness, and I'm sure she has just as many questions for you. It is regrettable that you haven't yet had an opportunity to speak. It has been an arduous voyage thus far. The Lord Captain and Master Edelthrad von Valencias are conversing on the observation platform. Let us join them there.
Alright, let's get moving. Let's see, we've got a pistol, we've got our basic spell, we've got run and gun, which gives us an additional
Rise
action.
to the top, or get left in the dust.
Massive conference table, obviously crafted from regal wood, a source of incredible value of Void of Fortune. Void shit. Speak low Gothic. Now, we do not want to interrupt the tech priests. Let them work. Not very big fans of stuff like that. I don't think any of these others say anything worthwhile. Candlelit altar with a copy of the 2,348th volume of Lex Imperialis, Codex of the Sacred Laws of the Imperium. How long do we have to wait for an audience? How many days has it been?
Always keep your eye on the price.
Go, autosave. Welcome to the combat tutorial. Well, the very first one at least. The rest of the entirety of the ship is going to be a tutorial.
Valencia's trophy rooms. Perhaps you would like to take a look around after your audience with the Lord Captain.
What's happening?
Oh no, the servitors went
The
rogue.
servitors have gone berserk!
No mercy to those who oppose Von Valancius.
Start the battle. They're going to go first. And she's dead. Splat. And he's dead. Splat. Just putting that on there. Yeah, we don't have anywhere near. So. Well, at least a bit of distance. Want to use that until the end of the next turn because winded. Winded, they cannot use running gun. So that does 5, that does 47.
It's as good as done.
Running gun. Get off the first pistol shot. Some damage
On
and a
it.
second pistol shot. And we miss, of course we do. And I do believe that's all we can do, so we're going to return. And you missed. Of course you did. And he's going to move up to this guy. And that dude's dead. Why is this not auto-scrolling? It should be auto-scrolling. There we go. Okay, well. I'm moving back slightly. So that we
Who
can... Oh
if
boy,
not
watch
me?
us miss. Yep. So it begins. 275% chances, better than even odds, and we missed both of them. That's great. They're dead as well. What is movement? 12? That doesn't make any sense. Going to go ahead and pull back. It's a bit far away, but
I'll
here we go.
see to
Coin
it
toss,
personally.
and we missed again. Glorious.
It's as good as done.
Wait, what? Why do I have... I don't know why I was able to shoot twice, but okay. All right, Conrad, take the hit for me. Analyze. Joint analysis.
Die!
Pew! And now that he's low enough, we're going to do guaranteed damage, and he's dead. There we go. Much easier. I can scarcely believe this.
What suspiciously poor timing for such an accident. Servitors malfunction on the officer's deck at exactly the same moment when the rogue trader and her heirs are gathered here. I have blocked all passages between the upper and lower sectors of the residential decks. If this is a deliberate attack, It should stop the culprits from advancing their plan.
And there's the rest of the guards. Alarmsman, spread out. No one is allowed to enter the premise. Station.
I'm afraid I must remain here. For Lady Theodora's safety, I have to oversee the execution of these orders personally. I hope you will have no difficulty reaching the observation platform on your own. It is just at the end of this corridor.
Thank you, Mr. Whispers. Yes, I know. Fortunately, we
Keep
don't
your
get any
wits
loot
about
from these
you.
guys. The wires at the servitor's head are still smoldering. It would seem that the cause of this malfunction is the short-circuiting of the loaded force. The Rage of the Century gun, constructed by the blessings of the Adeptus Mechanicus, using standard template construct from manufactorums and Yabba Gam. Via Lehman Russ, battle tank, reclaimed and restored by the grace of the God Emperor, the first to breach the capital walls during the pacification of Ortez Control. Ton. What else have we got? Violet alloy, which upon closer examination turns out to be a handcrafted object. Symbols carved with a primitive tool are visible on the surface. Got claws. A black shard resembling obsidian. If you look closely, you can discern a strange, barely perceptible glow inside the
I
artifact.
always have a backup plan.
Massive golden amalgam interspersed with sparkling particles. Stone on the pedestal is no doubt solid, but its surface shimmers and changes hues if someone was captured. Turbulent sea with I remember there being this many the first time I played through this tutorial section. Strange object that resembles sea coral. The pore surface is pitted, a sign that it's been underwater. Lastly, a gray-green crystal with white veins. A low hum can be heard coming from the artifact. Here, they're berating the workers. The exhibit is unfinished. Another symbol of Von Valencia's valor will be displayed here at some point. Yep. All right, that door.
Let us know,
else. Go. Here we go. Onwards to the next sector.
That is simply irrational, Lady Theodora. Assimilation into the trade structure would be political and economic suicide. Practically an admission of heresy.
Then suggest an alternative that will satisfy me. I have described the situation. No worse than my seneschal could have done. Make a decision. What will you do with Ion 6, Edelthrad? While you are considering your answer, Edelthrad, I wish to speak with someone else. Perhaps I shall hear something more interesting than incoherent mumbling. Approach.
What is this? Is this someone from your retinue, Theodora? Do you permit your people to interrupt your conversations in such a fashion?
I give that permission to those with
Yes,
something of
complain more,
substance to
Edelthrad.
say. Let us see if it was worth it. This is the second candidate for the title of my successor. Step forward. Consider this hypothetical situation. Ion 6. A new world on the fringes of the Coronus Expanse. High seismic activity, regular magma eruptions, metamorphic rock deposits, prospects for large-scale mining. The world is populated by natives who worship some heretical underworld spirits that protect those who offer them sacrifices. Flights of fancy, you might say, but attempts to install ore extractors have failed for the second time. The mining crews sent to the planet's surface simply vanished overnight. My question to you is, what would you do with this poisoned treasure?
But we're going for a character with practicality and a nice mix of dogmatic and iconoclasm. We're basically going to be playing a bit of lawful neutral leaning into neutral good. Not quite lawful good for the Imperium, because the Imperium's idea of lawful good is insane. But a nice mix. We're one of the few people in the Imperium who has the freedom to do those kind of choices, so I have no reason not to, in my opinion. I believe that I could use my personal abilities to ascertain whether there is sorcery on Ion 6, but it would require going down to the surface in person.
Yes. Personal intervention. The surest way to leave yourself vulnerable. What say you, Edelthrad? Your brother in sorcery is not afraid to face danger. Unlike you.
I remember when they first released the game, she did not have a voice for these opening lines. I was quite disappointed, given that she is the rogue trader that you meet at the beginning. It's a shame. But they did add those in a later patch, and it is quite good. Quite good.
A Psyker's soul is a yawning gate for the ruinous powers. One could hardly trust a servant of the Imperium who is so eager to usher in corruption.
And yet I gave a straight answer to a simple question, which, as I understand it, was more than you could do it.
Insolent, ignorant upstart. How dare you?
Edelthrad, I believe I gave you an assignment on this ship. Explain to me then why my senior congregator is still dawdling about the officer's deck, instead of proceeding to the middle decks to commence the inspection of the compartments in his purview.
I beg your forgiveness, Lady Theodora. Your presence has such a profound effect on me that I well forgot the time.
Yeah, sure, buddy. You. Get out of here. Get a move on.
So, why are you here?
They said to be direct but polite. There are questions that I wish to have
You
answered.
are direct. I approve. But you will have to wait. There is something I want you to understand first. My name is Theodora von Valancius Massimo of Scaris. I am a rogue trader in the service of the God Emperor of humanity. And my rights and freedoms are vindicated by a most sacred relic. The Warrant of Trade, kept aboard this very vessel. Mine is the honor to venture into the darkness, beyond the Imperium, and carry humanity's light where powers wicked and heretical reign, and bow death and ruin to us all. It is my decision alone to determine the fate of whatever I find past the bounds of the explored void. Every world I discover, along with all there is to find thereon. Resources, people, riches, and mysteries is mine by right. I command millions of lives, rule over numerous planets, and possess fortunes that no planetary governor or commander could dream of amassing. And you are one of those with von Valancius blood in their veins and a rightful claim to this inheritance when the hour comes.
I am just letting the voice actors go off right here. I know for a fact, outside of the tutorial, they don't talk nearly as much. So I'm going to be doing a lot of reading as this campaign goes on. Why not? Does this mean there are other heirs?
Naturally. Some have yet to arrive on board, but you have had the pleasure of meeting one of them. Edelthrad may be somewhat disconcerted by the scale of the responsibilities that may potentially fall upon his shoulders. However, I have a good feeling about him as a candidate. Bloodright alone is not enough to earn the high honor of becoming the bearer of a warrant of trade. Nonetheless, your abilities and talents may yet prove useful. If not for the role of Lord Captain, then for that of their closest ally. Alas, even those responsibilities can at times be too challenging for those who share your blood. Kunrad Voitvir served me for many years before he made his mistake.
Did I hear you correctly? The Master of Whisperers is...
His kinship to me is most distant, as is yours. Nonetheless, he does bear the name von Valancius, even if he avoids using it publicly, and as such, strictly speaking, can be considered my heir. That door, however, is closed to him. Voitvir's performance in his current role is satisfactory. Or it used to be, at least.
I am ready to take on the sacred
Oh,
purpose.
yes. You would be, wouldn't you? The question is, am I ready to choose you over the rest? You came aboard hours before the warp jump, and have not yet distinguished yourself in any way. As things currently stand, I have doubts that you are suitable for the role of rogue trader.
You are satisfied with Adelthrad, then what sense is there in having this conversation? Why would you waste it?
Impatience. I am rather fond of impatient people. They are not as quick to resign themselves to circumstance and more eager to show initiative. Even if I do choose Adelthrad as my successor, I will still require loyal advisors. The skills and knowledge you acquired in your former life may prove invaluable here, in the Coronis Expanse. It says in your profile that you bear the brand of sorcery, albeit sanctioned sorcery that is permitted in the service of the Imperium. I am accustomed to the presence of psychos at my side. More than that, I value their unique abilities highly. Perhaps that is why I am so intrigued by Adelthrad's candidacy. A rogue trader psyker could achieve great things indeed. However, psychers are fragile creatures, and as such I would rather have a replacement standing ready in the event that something happens to Adelthrad. Moreover, your courage has made you far more famous than you yourself probably realize. True feats of heroism will forever live on in the annals of the Imperium and bring honor to the von Valancius line.
Thank you for clarifying. May I ask my questions?
I have some time before the Navigator gives the signal to initiate the Void Ship's translation out of the warp, and my presence is required on the bridge.
Navigate. Translation. What are these things?
Sometimes I forget that people without direct access to a ship's bridge may not know the first thing about how a Void Ship travels between the stars.
I mean, I do, but my character sure as shit wouldn't.
Vessels such as this one are capable of leaving real space and traversing into the warp, an otherworldly dimension of cruel and unthinkable forces. By entering it under the protection of the Gellerfield, we shorten the route to our destination, crossing distances that would require hundreds of years in a matter of weeks instead, sometimes in days or even hours. That is how humanity spread across the galaxy. That is how we were able to build the Imperium, which spans millions of stars.
You know what I just realized her face reminds me of? A grimdark version of Janeway from Star Trek Voyager. And now I can't unsee it. If any of you are familiar with SF Debris and his take on Janeway, that wouldn't be too far out of place for a Warhammer 40k character. There was an incident that took place on the officer's deck. Some servitors went berserk and attacked the crew.
Is that so? Perhaps the Technomats were careless during maintenance. Or it could be the warp playing tricks on us in spite of the Gellerfield. Or perhaps there is something to all the stories about the ship being possessed after all.
Lady Theodora, for the God Emperor's sake, surely you do not intend to start repeating idle rumors spread about by uneducated riffraff.
Enough, Abelard. Such hearsay amuses me. Idira eagerly retells me everything she learns from the whispers of her unseen advisors. This ship is thousands of years old. It has enough hidden nooks, malfunctioning cogitators, and unused compartments to make ignorant folks speak of specters dwelling inside the bulkheads and plotting against those who yet live.
I love him in the tutorial, and what little I've seen of him outside of it, he continues to just be one of the best characters in this game. So I am very interested, once we finally get to the content I have not seen, to see how he will continue. Where exactly is our ship
The
headed?
Rykad system, the domain of rogue trader Winterscale, one of my peers, and rivals. Besides me, 2 other rogue traders exist in the Coronis Expanse, and each of them possesses resources comparable to mine. Perhaps you will one day assist House von Valancius in surpassing both of them in affluence and splendor. I set the course for Rykard on the demand for a very specific reason. Perhaps I shall yet apprise you of the purpose for this voyage, but now is not the time.
What are my current responsibilities?
Observe, learn, absorb. It will take time for you to find your bearings aboard this vessel and in your new position. Eventually, I will find a post that suits you as I did for Edelthrad. Until that time comes, consider yourself my aide.
Not going to transform into a bootlicker. We are someone who is in running to become a rogue trader. Such behavior would not fit us. Oh, so that's our... Okay, so that one brings up that one. That one brings up that. I have no more
In
questions.
that case, I shall head to... Disturbances reported on the adjacent decks. Seneschal, if the need arises, protect the new blood. It is possible that the chance to prove your worth may present itself sooner than you may have anticipated.
Speaking of which... Oh! They come. I feel like this is more than there usually are in the book.
Your arrogance will be your downfall.
Surrender to the dark powers!
Maybe. Alright, here we go. Yep, Theodora uses her
Don't
abilities.
touch me!
Okay, that was a weird line read, but alright. Abelard! Slice. Oh wow, he actually missed that one.
Stay vigilant. Death to the heretic.
Goodbye. Oh, unfortunately, 3 more of them get to go before I even move, which means if they shoot me, I'm in trouble.
Chaos guides me.
Oh, good dodging, Abelard. And now that one's gonna shoot. Yep. Did he miss? I think he missed. Why does this not going all the way to the bottom? Thank you. Alright, get in cover.
Let's make some opportunities. I'll see
Gun.
you personally.
Else, I'm going to kill him. Set him on fire. He falls over dead. And I'm going to...
Who, if not me? Your end was
Goodbye.
inevitable.
That does give us some Never Stop Improving. And... oh, right, that's what gave us the extra... Okay, that's what gave us the extra 8. Oh. Yeah, I should be... No, they're still computable from there, so we're gonna go here. So that hopefully next turn we'll be able to continue
Out
fighting.
of my way!
He's gonna shoot me, isn't he? Oh no, he's shooting Mort. Alright. There's shooting. Miss. Gonna... Yep. Does he even have a weapon? I don't think he does. That or I can't see it. Dora's turn. Oh, they're dead. Oh, good. Good use of cleave. That brings us down to what? 3? Oh! He missed.
Break them around.
Don't hit Abelard. Don't do... Oh,
Of the Imperium.
never mind. He's fine.
One fewer target.
Dipshit. Temporary positive effect. Ally. Yep, I know. Come on, kill him.
You never
There we
stood a
go.
chance.
Mort, take a team with you and clear a path to the transport line. Do not let a single whoreson survive. Didn't bat an eye when that scum burst onto the deck, huh? Not bad. I have seen many an officer who panicked at the sight of combat on the upper decks. The false sense of security offered by their position makes them that much more vulnerable to the harsh realities of warp travel.
What exactly is
From
happening?
what we have seen, I can speculate that we are dealing with some variety of madness induced by warp travel. Such episodes are not uncommon among voidsmen who have found themselves outside the boundaries of real space, though such episodes seldom spill onto other decks.
Oh, the casters are not working, or have been sabotaged. Either the warp is toying with us, or someone went to great lengths to cut the ship's communications. I will need a direct channel to the engine seer Prime before I can get a sense of what we are up against. Whatever it may be, keep your weapons at the ready. I imagine it will be some time before we no longer need them.
Incident with rampaging servitors may be connected to what is transpiring now.
Possibly. Quite likely. We will investigate at a later time. Right now, we need to isolate the affected compartments and try to assess the situation.
This is just being obtuse. How could there be armed people in the ranks of the crew who would dare attack the Lord Captain? My brother in Christ, my brother in the Emperor. We just watched them do it. Literally a platoon of bastards crawled out of that elevator, slaughtered every guard here, and then proceeded to open fire on us. Obviously they exist. Pretending they don't, or being bewildered that they do, is just asinine. What are your orders?
On ahead to clear a path for us. If you want to make yourself useful, go after him and see if the Arch-Militant requires aid. And be quick about it.
Dialogue options like that remind me of the old school Fallout 1 and Fallout 2, and honestly Fallout New Vegas playthroughs where you could do a low intelligence run. I don't do that because I can't stand how stupid my character sounds, but watching other people do them is funny. We also still cannot loot any of the bodies here.
I always keep my options open.
Also, I've got to know. 10 damage. 9 damage. I'm just making sure it's... Yeah, okay, it's not... For a second, I thought it was just applying the max damage for everything that I was doing, which I don't want. I don't want it to be too easy. I just don't want it to be aggravating as shit, which Owlbear Games Combat does have a bad tendency of occasionally doing. Up here. Yep, there's more. Vaporizing people with a meltagun. One by one. Meltaguns are not built for that, but hey, I mean, it works. I also would not want to use a meltagun close to the outer hull.
Thank Providence you are alive and well.
Always on time, eh, Coonrad? The moment we finish chasing the riffraff around the deck, you show up. Always just after the fighting's done. You could set your chrono by it.
Oh, I never noticed he actually has a face. I assumed they put a mask on him. But no, he's got a big bushy beard. Basically got Tempestus Scion armor. From the looks of it, yeah.
Mort, hold yourself together.
What, did the Lord Captain send you to chivvy us along? We're all done here. I'll report right away.
Michelle and the captain come up from behind.
Master of Whispers, what is happening on my ship? The Voxnet is silent. The Vox Master is not responding. Armed assailants have stormed the officer's deck, and my arch-militant just destroyed several more heretics on the way here. Is this a severe case of warp madness? Have some of my crew lost their minds and forgotten who they are and whom they serve? Report!
I have not yet received word from the Engineerium regarding any Gellerfield failures, but communications were already unstable half an hour ago, and now they have ceased altogether. Whatever the cause may be, the consequences are spreading fast. I am receiving scattered reports from the middle decks, and the only Voxcasts from the lower bays are one-way heretical gibberish. That the madmen have already reached the officer's deck suggests that this outrage was planned in advance. Perhaps this is an organized mutiny.
We should send immediate assistance to those still on the middle deck. Perhaps we can stop them there. We can stop this wave from spreading.
First, we have to confirm that the bridge and the Navigator's Sanctum are secure. And I have the means to do both things at once.
Edelthrad, where is he? I must know if he is unharmed. A psyker aboard a ship that is potentially being assailed by the warp could pose a greater threat to himself and others than a whole army of madmen with improvised weapons.
Anything about 40k, she's absolutely right.
I tried to locate him, but the last thing known about his movements is that he arrived on Transitional Deck 18.
Blast it! Master of Whispers, find Edelthrad immediately. Seneschal, locate Tlas and the Sister of Battle. Both are to remain at my side. Arch-Militant, with me. I must go to my study. And it appears we might encounter heretics along the way.
That's for me.
If I may, Lord Captain. Transitional Deck 18 is at the heart of the disturbance, and if our goal is to bring Edelthrad back, I could use some support. After all, I'm not as adept at directly confronting enemies of the House as the esteemed Arch-Militant, and taking into consideration Edelthrad's psychic powers.
Then
last
it's
gun.
settled. Find Edelthrad and bring him here. In whatever state you find him. This elevator leads to restricted compartments such as my personal chambers and the bridge. Do not let me down. I require you both. Do you understand?
I hear and obey.
Then move out! Mort, come.
Let's go. We're going to go save Edelthrad. Surely nothing will go
Are
wrong.
you ready to head to 18? It is a long walk, and you do not even have proper gear.
I shall make do, Master of Whispers. Lead the way.
Of course you will. Lady Theodora would never have someone she couldn't rely on as one of her heirs. But that is no longer relevant.
With a pop and a sharp crack, something hits you in the abdomen, and you are consumed by unbearable, gut-wrenching pain. Wait for it. What's it? Mr. Special Destiny, Savannah. It's time. Who would have guessed the Master of Whisperers was a traitor? How could have seen this coming? Now we're surrounded by heretics. Bloody fucking bastards.
Careful, careful. Be gentle with our guest. He has an important mission to complete during our visit to the Warren Chamber. And for that, I need him breathing. Oh, you are back with us, I see. Delightful.
There. You two-faced scum. You're the one behind this mayhem.
How perceptive of you.
Savannah,
I'll help you with the next insight. I need you here for your blood. You have the option to share it voluntarily, or I will squeeze it out of you myself. We are in the anteroom of the Warren Chamber, this void ship's most hallowed vault. There, beyond those gates, lies the relic that gives Theodora all of her power.
Theodora?
The sacred
Interesting pronunciation
wand
there.
of trade. Only one obstacle remains on my path to obtaining it. The gates of the chamber are guarded by the Sentinel, an ancient device that will only open the door to a true heir of the dynasty. I expected to do this part myself, but never mind. You will offer your blood to the Sentinel.
Is it inbred? Is your blood too thin for the Sentinel?
On the contrary, the Warp's blessing has raised me too much above your kind, Fon Valencius. The Sentinel refused to submit to me. But you can help. After all, isn't that what family is for?
What sorry, pathetic excuse do you even have for your apostasy, you sordid, wretched piece of Grox shit?
Wretched? What do you know about wretchedness? Theodora's cur. Are you hoping to buy a grain of her indulgence with your blind loyalty? Oh, I know this delusion. But thank the gods it no longer has power over me.
Humanity can rot. I no longer serve mortal kind.
And that is why we kill you. But
Once my work is done, I'll make that pompous wench, Von Valencius, watch as I sacrifice her entire dynasty and commit their fate to the gods. And you
Savani de
will
Valencia.
be the instrument by which I will accomplish this righteous act.
I don't know if I'm going to keep doing that or not, but it's kind of hilarious. I wish there was a way you could add in a name to this. For all of its problems, Fallout 4 was smart to have a companion that could actually speak a huge list of names so that he could actually refer to you by name in the game. The blade flashes in the dim light. Drops of blood appear on your palm. For a brief moment, you feel nauseous, head spinning. Then quiet whispers begin to flood your mind. More and more sourceless voices echo each other, drowning out your own thoughts, replacing them with a singular urge. Go to the gate. Go to the gate. Go to the gate. Get out. I am not your puppet. The voices in your head giggle and mock your desperate outcry. You feel this intruding influence, forcing you onto your feet and making you take a step toward the gate looming in the center of the chamber. The writing is also pretty damn good in this RPG. And they nailed the Imperial aesthetic perfectly. In the gateway arch, you see a cogitator with a human likeness built into the front panel. As you approach, the torso twitches slightly. This is a servitor, an obedient automaton created from a lobotomized human. The sentinel turns its head, one of its eye sockets lighting up an ember-like iris. Attempt to examine the device. You carefully inspect the design of the gate cogitator. What immediately catches your eye is the strange alloy that was used as material for the machine's components, some of which are unfamiliar to you. You suspect it's meant to be some kind of archaeotech relic. The servitor on the gate begins to move. With the screeching and groaning of metal, it leans forward closer to you, its lower jaw opening with a drawn-out shriek, much wider than the jaw of any living human. The servitor's mouth filled with sharp, metallic fangs that glint in the dim light. The vid screen to the right of you lights up, showing strings of mysterious symbols on the green background. A whisper runs through your consciousness, insisting, demanding sacrifice. The voices that filled your head after Voidfear wounded you with his blade did not go away. On the contrary, their source coiled itself into a tight knot somewhere within the depths of your mind. Examine the sentinel. The servitor looks noticeably different from the ones you're used to. Its skin covered, stitched together with copper thread, and it has metal hinges in place of joints. It seems that the creators of the Sentinel did everything to ensure that the service life of this unit would be much longer than that of ordinary automatons. Look for anything that can be used as a weapon. You look around in hopes of finding at least something that could work as a weapon. Your search is in vain. The chamber anteroom is completely empty and in perfect working condition. Nary a broken panel or protruding piece of rebar in sight. Look back.
Did you forget something? I suggest you hurry.
Place your hand in the Sentinel's mouth. The Sentinel's jaw clamps around your hand, puncturing skin and sinking into your flesh. A few dark drops fall into the servitor's throat, and immediately you hear humming as the servo motors start up and pumps stir into motion. The vid screen of the cogitator flickers. After several long minutes, the Sentinel's jaw remains closed, and you're beginning to feel sick. Perhaps if you were to lean against the gate, you could catch your breath, maybe even close your eyes and pretend none of this has ever happened.
High levels of caustic humors. The subject is in a state of heightened stress. Do you require assistance?
You do not understand where this quiet voice is coming from, crackling and static. Is it the Sentinel, the cogitator, a figment of your weary mind? Whatever it is, you can clearly hear every word. Who is this?
Genetic code identified. Child of House von Valencius. Do you require assistance?
You hear a displeased grunt in your mind as if the lurking entity has said something that is not what it's like. Yes, Sentinel. Traitors threaten my life and the safety of the warrant. Pain shoots through your head, subsiding just as quickly. It would seem that the entity coiled in your consciousness does not have the ability to do any real harm.
Request accepted. Initiating defense protocol.
Hello! Literally a pair of Tarantula sentry turrets. And built-in heavy flamers.
There is still another
another way!
Dick. And we can't loot them either.
Always keep your eye on the price.
Let it be known that by my will and the true words of this document, I appoint the person to be the bearer of the warrant of trade, and bestow upon them their dynasty the great mission, to be the paragon of humanity, unbroken by adversity, to walk bravely first into the darkness and unite and reclaim all that was lost, to triumph over nightmares unfold, to foil the reins of fate, to walk steadily through the road of thorns, through pain to greatness. Having to talk fast, oh boy. Shit doesn't stay on screen for very long.
Escort the child of the house to safety.
What madness is this? Who are you? Who addresses me?
Temporary obnubilation following acute stress. Mobile unit of the Warrant Sentinel standing by.
The Warrant Sentinel?
Mobile unit of the Warrant Sentinel designed as a personal escort of the child of the house and a means of communicating with the rogue trader's subjects. Mobile unit standing by.
We need to contact someone, preferably Theodora.
Voxcast frequencies disrupted. Initiating setup. Establishing connection.
Voxmaster, restore communication with the Navigator's Sanctum. I am trying to contact the bridge. If anyone can hear me on this frequency, regroup all available forces and head to the upper decks at once. I repeat, regroup all available forces and head...
Communication protocols breached. Signal latency assessment unavailable. Unable to establish two-way connection.
I'm in need of a weapon. Aside from my psychic powers, I'm utterly defenseless.
Distance from the current location to the nearest arsenal. Initiating situational calculations.
Get me out of here.
Middle and upper decks. Assuming the probability of safe placement in areas of concentration of armed units. Calculating. To prevent unauthorized units from breaching the warrant chamber, preemptive sealing must be initiated. The mobile unit will start executing the received order immediately after the safety of the warrant is secured.
In other words, get the hell out of here, because it's time to close the
Is
door.
there money to be made?
The enormous gates match the importance of the thing they protect. The massive doors are made of heavy metal and look impregnable. Seal the warrant chain. Television service ready to go.
Master! Whatever are you doing in the warrant chamber? How did you... Throne preserve me! What is the meaning of this?
Konrad Voigtveer is a traitor. When we parted ways on the officer's deck, he stunned me and brought...
What?
He intended to take revenge on Theodora for something, and trying to reach the warrant was somehow part of the plan.
Oh, holy God, Emperor! I presume he is the one responsible for the mutiny. And, Master, I wish to remind you that you are to refer to the Lord Captain as Lady Theodora.
Voigtveer openly admitted that he was the mastermind behind the mutiny.
Saint's blood! Then it is small wonder that the heretics are so well organized. I thought his order to seal the passages between decks was his attempt to stop the attackers from spreading to other levels. But now I see the real reason. It was to stop the enforcers from intervening. At least you are alive, and now safe, Master. Alas, I doubt we can afford to look for a compartment to sit out this disaster.
Shit.
You're in a bad way. I can treat your wounds. I have a Medicaid kit with me. And, for the love of the throne, now is not a good time to be walking around the decks without means of self-defense. Here.
Yay, Lasgan.
My gut tells me it's a bad idea.
Armor. Gun. A proper psyker soldier of the Imperium. What do we want? No, we don't have a backpack. I'd rather keep the helmet on. That. Alright. here.
Look no further.
Yup.
Let me help. That is a noticeable improvement. Now you're prepared for the trials ahead. The lower decks are teeming with heretics instigating the rabble to revolt. But that is the least of our problems. The ship's enforcers are rounding up the scoundrels and suppressing the resistance. The situation on the middle decks is much worse, although strike teams have already been dispatched there. All communication with the bridge and the engineering bay was lost. So, apart from scattered voxcasts, we have no information to go on. But that is not the worst of it all. All these jolts and shaking are most alarming. These are signs that the navigator and the master helmsman are having difficulty translating the ship out of the warp and into real space. I fear that they may have already lost control. We must reach the navigator's sanctum and get a handle on the situation.
What exactly
If
is
we
going
can
wrong
manage
with
that,
the translation?
some aboard this vessel may yet survive.
Completely forgot he had another line. Sorry. What exactly has gone wrong with the translation?
I am no helmsman. Oh, God Emperor preserve me, navigator. However, I've spent my entire life aboard void ships equipped with warp drives, and I know that portents such as these do not bode well. It could be that the Gellerfield has faltered. Perhaps the navigator was struck down by warp corruption and is fighting for the last shreds of his humanity as we speak. If we get thrown off course, we will be forever lost in the warp. Naturally, we would likely not have long to live in that scenario. But I will not resign myself to such an outcome just yet.
Noticed he has these pouches on the front of his armor. Huh. Doesn't really fit with his picture, but okay. How exactly did you find him?
You sent me a Vox message. Specifically, a Voxcast on the officer's frequency, which I had the good fortune to receive. You mean to say you did no such thing?
I believe that the Warrant Sentinel may have sent that message, as it appeared when I opened the chamber.
Warren Sentinel? The Lord Captain barely ever ventures down to the chamber, and I was at her side only once or twice when she did. And I did not see anything of the sort.
Oh, well, it's floating right behind me, buddy. It's got a frickin' loudspeaker attached to the front of it, a wig on a skull.
The Warren Chamber is an ancient and rather sacred mechanism that the ship's tech priests treat with the utmost reverence. I assume that whatever it is that you did, you must have activated certain processes and caused the Sentinel to awaken. But then, why did none of it happen when Lady Theodora did the same?
What can we... Speak English. Oh, sorry. Speak Low Gothic. What can we expect to find in the Navigator's Sanctum?
During warp transit, the Sanctum is closed to all who are not involved in traversing the Empyrean. And for good reason. For the Navigator to open their third eye and perceive the way, the Sanctum must be bathed in the energies of the Immaterium. Only a Navigator can withstand such an ordeal. For the rest of us, any contact with the warp is fraught with perils such as loss of sanity, spontaneous mutations, and death.
I did manage to hear one of Theodora's vox.
Lady Theodora's. Which one? The last one I received was about the Navigator's Sanctum, and that was a good while ago. In any case, let us hope that the Lord Captain is well, and safely in charge of the ship's defense. In the meantime, we must do all we can to prevent the ship from veering off course.
For the Imperium and humanity. Lead the way, Sinister.
Come.
To arms, loyal sons and daughters of the God Emperor! Fight the heresy and corruption that threatens to consume our home, and with all your might, destroy those who have dared!
The Lord Captain is calling her crew to battle, which means the Vox networks are set up for broadcast transmission, not message exchange. Splendid. While the rogue trader inspires proper resolve to fight in her subjects, you and I shall prove that her trust in us is well deserved. Onward!
And now for another fight. Oh look, it's a squad of enemies.
The Emperor is with us.
And I'm going to have to dip for just a moment, as I desperately need to use the restroom myself. Alright, I will be right back in a moment. and we will get back to killing these heretics in the name of the glory of the Imperium. Okay, and I'm back. Get readjusted here. OBS. Okay. Okay, so we want Abelard. He's melee. Know that. Him there. Put my dude over here. This side. Start. That does not make any sense. Why is the guy I'm putting the target on top of? Well, we're going to
I'll see to it personally.
run and gun.
I'll make it
Gonna
up.
open fire. There we go. Got two of them. And then we are going to set one of these guys on fire. Thank
I'll
you.
see to it.
Snap. Roy Mustanged his ass. We can't do anything else. Turn. He's gonna move forward. Parry. Two.
Follow my lead.
Yeah, I know he's gonna get attacked.
Suffered worse.
Doesn't matter to me.
At your beck and
Leave.
I took care of this one.
Take care of them. And we're going to
I'm not interested.
really too far.
Indeed.
Oh, we're gonna run over that way. We're going to brace
I
for
will do my
impact.
duty.
Make it harder for him to be hit.
Death to the weak!
Yep, he's gonna try to move, get hit. Oh, he didn't die.
Oh, my ears are ringing.
Ah, no damage. Take that, asshole. We can't do anything else about that. Yeah, we'll just go ahead and do this
Who, if
and
not,
set him on
another
fire.
enemy down.
Goodbye. Move over here. Can't do anything else. Charge him, please, and finish him off. There we go. Nice and simple. And we have achieved our first rank. All right, our very first upgrade. So we are going to go for Thing is, I know there's going to be a character pretty soon that has both awareness and warp lore that is going to be way higher and way more valuable to her skills than me. So for now, we're going to go with demolition. I think that's a good idea. Well, yeah, we'll go with demolition. Oh, I could have sworn we got... Yeah, that's not until the next rank. Okay. Then we get our first talent at rank. Warrior, we're going to go with athletics. Go. Oh, our first loot. Las pistol. Oh no, wait. We want that in the inventory. Go ahead and move all that. So that's going to get moved to cargo. Yep. Where's our formation? There we go. Oh, Abelard in front. My guy slightly behind.
Rise to the top or get left in
go.
the dust.
Good now. Everything's looking good. All right. On to the navigator sanctum. Yes, that's standard, but we'll go ahead and equip a melee weapon and a pistol as a backup, just in case. He does not need any of that. Oh, they gave him his own armor. That's actually nice. Slight dodge penalty, but he does get deflection right out of the gate. And it's a better flak armor, basically. Yeah. Oh, basic flak place now has a dodge penalty. That's a change, I'm pretty sure.
The Navigator Sanctum is directly along the passageway. I pray to the God Emperor that we are not too late.
And here's one of the best voice actors. And he's dead.
And so, he will enter the halls of the blinded guide and witness the radiance of the final dawn through the cracks and fall victim to a whim of fate.
When before you whips around and gazes straight at you, your eyes glowing with otherworldly light.
Master, watch your head.
Look out!
Idira, would it be too much to ask that you phrase your soothsayings plainly for once? That was too close.
Literally dripping out
Sorry,
of the
old man. The voices are so loud I can't even hear myself. They shriek, they sing, they... Oh, Abelard, how they sing!
This is Idira Tlas, personal psyker and diviner of Her Ladyship Theodora von Valancius. Idira?
I'm not drunk, old man. I'm suffering the effects of the warp that is seeping through these walls. I see the ship's fate. To die in the waves of the Immaterium, fall under the burning rays of the final dawn. And in the roaring blaze, I see a figure standing. Who is it? I have no answer.
entity in your consciousness shrinks and crawls deeper, its claws scraping against the walls of your mind as if the presence is trying to hide from the seer standing before you. A diviner.
The voices from beyond the threshold whisper to me. Sometimes their murmurs are clear, they grant insight. Sometimes they drive me mad. But I am patient. I know how to listen and discern. But now, with this clamor around me, too many voices, too loud. And you, von Valancius, are a sorcerer too, just like the other one. Lady Theodora must have grown so fond of psychers she wants one to replace her.
Officer's frequency. To all who can hear me, those with a weapon in their hands are to gather on the officer's deck at once. I repeat, gather on the officer's deck at once and prepare to launch a counterattack.
That's Edelthrat. Oh, Emperor's providence. The other heir lives as well. Quickly! We must head to...
Not so fast, old man. If we drown in the warp, Lady Theodora's heirs won't be any good to us. If Edelstrad's like me and hasn't yet surrendered his mind or body to the mercy of the warp, then he can still hold on a little longer without us.
Come on.
Blast it! You're right. First, we need to deal with what is happening here.
How exactly do you know who I am?
What? You think Lady Theodora didn't ask me to peek into the darkness behind the backs of those she sees as her prospective heirs? I have seen you. I have seen the footsteps of your past and the wounds of your heart.
Seer's words dress up dark and frightening in the depths of your memory. Your soul has been tainted by the influence of warp sorcery. It seems you'll never be rid of it. Well, what are you doing here?
The whispers called me. The ones I could make out among all the screams and screeches. Those who are rocking this boat hit us where it hurt. They went after the Navigator, our guide through the warp. Other whispers called me to the Engineerium, but it was too late. I heard the cry of our master Cog, and the silence that followed.
What? You don't mean the Enginseer Prime is...
Come on, Abelard. Use your brain.
Said, without a doubt. And the voices wail, heralding countless nightmares, cackling at each soul among the hundreds that are now joining the warp. The shriek from the Navigator's sanctum was louder than the rest. And it's better that we saved the Navigator than some lever puller from a cooling module or a cook from the middle decks.
We must see if the Navigator is well.
Oh no. No. Nothing is well about him. Can't you feel the chill crawling on your skin? The eyes watching you? The warp ice has already encased the bulkheads. What follows is calamity. But we're not just going to stand here and take it, are we? The state of things in here suggests there's a Navigator around. Maybe one who's crippled or at death's door, but still kicking. And since our skin hasn't peeled off our faces just yet, his third eye must be closed. At worst, it's a little roughed up. So what are we moping around for? Let's go protect that noble mutant while we're still alive.
Here we go. Come on, give me control back. Piece of pipe with a noticeable dent on the floor. Yes, it did, because it tried to fucking fall on me. We'll take the left side. Put here on the right. There we go.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Abelard in front. Their tank. Come on, game. Go ahead. Quick save. If I recall, this is pretty much the first real fight that we're going to be getting.
Challenges
Trigger,
make
there
the
we go.
spoils that much sweeter.
Okay, we've got two over there. We've got... there. Abelard. Zero, take cover there. My guy will take cover here. Start. Run him down for me, Abelard, if you would. Good hit, good hit. Can we finish him off? Come on. There we go. That takes care of their heavy hitter. Go ahead and use that. Impact.
I serve the ruinous powers!
Parry that.
Chaos guides me!
Ow. Go ahead.
What an unfortunate turn of fate.
Down. Well, that is a cycle. So we're going to analyze enemy.
On it.
Just to make sure she uses all of her abilities. Oh, good. They actually added an animation for the staff. That's nice. Turn. And, yep, we're just going to go ahead and vaporize him.
Never stood a chance. I am ready for whatever comes.
Go ahead and move up. Turn. Abelard, if you'd be so kind as to finish this up. Thank you kindly. Now, I know from experience that if we had let that Psyker live, it would have been a hell of a more annoying fight. Not necessarily hard, but definitely annoying. The creature in the chair appears as if it become one with the throne. You see pink, parchment-like skin stretched between the seat and limbs like too many joints for a normal human. The navigator is breathing heavily, air whistling as it exits through two dark, hill-like slits upon his cheeks. The creature's eyes are shut, two ordinary eyes as well as the third one that sits in the center of its forehead.
I believe Master Vespider still lives. Well, the servants are dead. But the chamber, thank the Emperor, is still sealed from the warp. Well, we have a chance of leaving this place alive. Master Vespidas.
Your time is short.
The navigator stirs, barely able to lift his head, half open his normal eyes. A dark drop rolls from under the closed lid of the third eye and down his face, leaving behind a black trail. The voice is coming from the Vox Pro at the base of the chair. It is unclear how the navigator is able to even produce human speech. Are you all right?
Fall to your knees, mortals, and behold the final dawn.
Suddenly, the navigator's body starts thrashing in place, lurches forward, falling back in the seat, then thrusts forward again as bones crack and skin tears. The fusion between the body and the chair appears to be stronger than these wild impetuosities. The mutant remains seated but leans as far forward as he can, his layered raiment slowly turning crimson. The gill slits burst open, forming two hideous, screaming, mouth-like pits.
Ah! It came from beyond! His body is not his!
Never actually got a look at the character model on this. I never realized how deformed parts of it are. Adira's scream is echoed by the silent crisis in your head. The unseen creature triumphs at the sight of the navigator succumbing to the paroxysms of corruption.
Its march thunders under the burden of hopes. Unseal your hearts, and I will flood your souls with myriads of words and meanings, each one a portent of salvation within me.
The navigator continues to convulse violently, his seat shrieking, cackling, but then his fit stops abruptly. His face drenched in black and crimson, the dark ooze from under his third eyelid is turned from a trickle into a stream mixed with blood coming from his nose, and there's purplish swelling around the eye.
Run. Flee from this place while I still have the strength. I can contain the intrusion, but not for long. We must begin the translation. Leave the warp. But it can't be done without the Master Helmsman's help.
What torments you?
The Edge. Kneel before the ascent of a new champion. When the rite is complete, this shell will burst, and thousands of Moors will accept the sacrifice offered to the Edge of Daybreak by the Bringer of Twilight, the one marked by the will of the gods.
Each word rings through your head like the tolling of a bell, as if countless voices have joined in, screaming into your ears. For a moment you lose your bearings. This unholy chorus must be trying to confound you with sounds not meant for this world. Do you have any idea what this is supposed to mean?
A sacrifice offered. Oh, my heart tells me that Kunrad was not deterred by his defeat in the warrant chamber.
What? Kunrad betrayed Lady Theodora? Oh, but how is that? How? He was as loyal as a dog. And I didn't hear a thing, I swear.
The footfalls of the Bringer of Twilight are veiled by the will of his masters. Tear out your eyes. she who is to become the champion's servant, for you need them no longer.
Knowing we don't need eyes. Insert additional Event Horizon references here. I want to help. Tell me how.
Run. The sanctum will be sealed. I will hold it off. Hold on. And wait for the signal from the Master Helmsman. Then I will commence the translation. So, run. Run.
Navigator is still alive, but barely so. What do we do now?
The ship can only begin the translation with the assistance of the Master Helmsman, if he is still alive. It is worth a try. We must get to the bridge, but we will need support. Our only option is to fight our way to the officer's deck and join forces with Edelthrad and his people. I believe we will also find Lady Theodora there. She must have heard the call to arms that the servo skull relayed to us earlier.
Vespaidas, good luck. And thank you.
The Navigator cannot give a response. Black tears mixed with blood are streaming from under closed eyelids, and the box at the base of the chair is billowing out static dispersed with distant echoes of otherworldly laughter. Alright, time to leave.
Money to be made.
Don't need that. Do want that. Oh no. Inventory. Keep a hold of one of those and one of those. Case. Yep. Alright. Definitively want that as my secondary. Since it's got very useful abilities plus an additional +5 willpower. Nice. I believe that gets strike, swing, and sweep. Let's go ahead and give her that. Oh, we're going to go ahead and give her that. Well, Paint Sword's just better in general. We will go ahead and give him an auto gun as a backup weapon just in case. There, let's go. Don't remember which direction. So it's one way down. It's always just the locked door. Okay, back the way we came. Come on. There we go. To the officer's deck. That guy T-posing in the background.
Your ship's as good as ours. It's all over for you.
I shall pity not your enemies. I shall heed not their pleas.
Somebody shoot these up.
And
I shall betray
bolt
not
around
your
it.
tenets, nor stray one step from them. Take not your gaze from me. Leave me not without your grace.
I told you he would protect us.
My God, my light, my emperor.
Master of the Adeptus Auroras. The white-haired warrior turns to face you, her dark eyes blazing. The weapon quivers in her hand, and for a brief moment, it seems she is not going to stop and will continue instead, eliminating every target she sees, starting with you.
Sister Argenta! Sister Argenta, it is a relief to see you. We require all the forces we can muster.
The Seneschal's voice seems to bring the warrior out of her battle trance.
Your face, it is unfamiliar. Who are you?
The young woman named Argenta lowers her weapon and scans her small party with an intense gaze. Then she sets her sights upon them. Giovanni de Firenze von Valencia, Lord Captain Zay.
The hour is dark and daunting. The ship abounds with corruption. The faces of friends are twisted by sneers of heresy. The eyes of comrades ignite with the arch-enemy's hunger. I will do what I must to halt the advance of the Dark Forces. But in these dire moments, little can be trusted. So I must know, why are you here?
Sister, I beg of you. Now is not the time for interrogations. The ship is under attack by heretics. We've been betrayed by our esteemed Master of Whispers. Edelthrad the Heir is waiting for our aid, and Lord Captain Theodora is expecting a report on our success. We are here to deal with the situation, so I suggest we all do just that.
I do not even think to insinuate that I am among the traitors. Such an affront I will not let slide.
That answer does you credit. Only the truly righteous would be so provoked by the accusation of heresy. I cannot wait to rain righteous fire down upon each and every heretic.
Oh, I must ask, what is a warrior of the Adepta Sororitas doing aboard a rogue freighter fleet? Your orders serve the ecclesiarchy directly.
Sister Argenta is a guest of the Lord Captain. And that story deserves its own time and conversation. Under more appropriate circumstances.
Enough idle chatter. I am where I must be, and that will suffice.
Who are these people with you?
Overseer of Middle Deck AL-84, my lord. We were rounding up everyone we could find in the attack compartments when we ran into an ambush. Just about every enforcer fell. These are the survivors.
What is the situation on the officer's deck?
Massacre, my lord. And heretics are not just killing the crew. Some kind of blight is sweeping through the decks, filling the air. I saw people going mad the moment they breathed it in, screaming about seeing their dead comrades, tearing out their eyes. I implore you, my lord, be on your guard.
We must get to the main hall of the deck.
Through this door. I shall join you, for it is my duty to the God Emperor to destroy this heresy.
We will follow. For now, we will hold off any heretics who might try to crawl in through the cracks to join the main assault. And we'll take a look at the generators while we're at it. Those villains made a mess of the cables. Oh, I wish we had a Tectomat with us. But we'll see what we can do without one.
Good to hear it. Sister?
Ready. May Terra's light illuminate our path through fire and darkness.
Ave Imperator, Gloria in Excelsis Terra. Alright, we're going to readjust. She's got decent armor, so we'll put her in front of Abelard.
I always have a backup plan.
Go. That. I think. Oh, there is some goods up here. That's all. Stick, crank, yep. Don't think he has an auto pistol. Go ahead and give her a sword as well. This is the only thing, because she's only wearing mesh. It's the body. It's just weird that she's wearing mesh, but she has... Well, that's not really power armor. That's just stuff that's there. But she has the power armor backpack, which I always felt looked weird when she doesn't actually have the power armor. So we're just going to take that off. I know it's even in her character portrait, but it still looks weird to me. Also, did they give her Bolter a camo pattern? They did. Yeah. Alright. Oh, there's more good. How did I miss that? Yep, we'll maintain las guns, stuff. Yep, that's additional damage. Basic dodge reduction. Yep. That. Honestly, I'm going to go ahead and give her that anyways, just because the dodge reduction is way too good early on. With how piss poor the enemy stats are, missing with the bolter is more aggravating than anything else. Alright, so let's keep going. Open the door. Oh boy. Here we go. Okay, okay. Get everybody set up. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
I woke up with a feeling of wonder, as if a field of flowers was blossoming nearby. A child was saved from death.
Should I divine our next step?
He's so calm. Vaporize all of them first. Please.
Run, fools!
Oh, it didn't spread? That's bullshit. Oh, fuck you, game. Fuck. That is bullshit. No way. Keep him behind cover here. Keep him behind cover here. Start that. Why is he counted as being in range of the damn... What the hell? I'm aiming to the... Ugh. It is aggravating in the extreme. How the hell does that make any sense? Even when I aim at that one, it's still counting him as being in range. That... Percent. See what I mean? 52%. Okay, she has a 75% chance with that. I don't know how, but...
As the
Shoot that
Emperor
one.
commands, I act. Each strike is a prayer.
you.
Faith without deeds is
Up.
worthless.
Running gun, even though we're not really going anywhere. 45, 43, 44.
As the
For
Emperor
that one.
commands, I act. None can escape the
Okay,
Emperor's
that's
judgment.
2 enemies down. Can't go there, so we're gonna send this side.
Tried and tested tactics are the best ones.
Leave. Come on,
Indeed.
Abelard. There we go. Very nice. We get... Oh. Shit. Okay, another enemy squad just came in. See that? He can get here. He should be able to...
I'd rather not. I will do my
Get
duty.
into cover, Abelard, please. Thank you. That's going to be it for him. He's in good cover right now, so we don't have to do anything with that.
am your doom.
Forward. This way. Wow.
Cleanses the body.
You, buddy. That's the strong one. He hasn't gone yet. Going to... Why does this not count as cover? That doesn't make any sense. Does it? Because it... Oh, whatever.
It's
Burn
as good
him.
as done.
Burn him. Have them move here. Going to use that. And
I'll
set you
make
on
it
fire
up
as
for-
well. There we go. Nice and simple.
I serve the ruinous powers.
Still one.
But
Let's
of
get rid
course,
of him. Thank you. Anything else we can do? Well,
Was that you? Or
you.
Chaos guides me.
Got a good take cover there, Abelard. Ow. Yep. Oh, right. Can't run and gun with this.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury.
Percent 46, 5. That he still hits it. Yeah, 1% chance to hit Abelard. May as well be 100% chance knowing my luck. Did they get a bonus? They must have. That's the only explanation. We can kill them.
I'll
Try to
do
get
it.
some damage on him. Thank you for actually hitting. I can't do anything with that, so it's irrelevant. Yeah, it's not going to kill him, is it? Yeah, and I can't use the Damn.
Victory is imminent.
Yeah, we didn't get him. That's fine. That's fine.
Don't let your guard down.
Set him on fire,
I'll
finish
see
him
to
off.
it personally. Your end was inevitable.
Good. Don't think there's anything else I can do. Can't use that. Nope.
They who discern the future own the battlefield.
That. Okay, him. Can't use it there. Okay, so we're just going to finish
Anything
this
else?
up. Nope.
Not the Scryer's job.
Out of my way!
Miss. Come on. Miss. Thank you.
God Emperor, move through me! Be the fire in my heart!
Full auto. Take him out. Damn. Alright. Have a large here.
That's not the Seneschal's job.
Finish him off. There we go. Especially the scrappy auto guns. Nope. Those can all
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
Let's loot the rest of the
This
room.
ocular implant was a worthwhile investment.
Yeah. Cargo. Set. Multi-key. Yep, those are good for passing. Very skill checked. Good. Abelard, if you would please.
Experience? Nothing matters more.
Got in here more cargo. Yep. Crystals.
Is there money to be made?
Operator gloves and milk charges. Great. Who has the highest tech use? 30. Just put it on our lead character for right now. What else have we got? What else have we got? Go ahead and tech use that, please.
Just as I planned.
You. Ooh, no power supply.
Success is the only outcome I accept.
And we can open the door here.
Nothing's impossible for this, officer.
Go. So we got. And on that.
That's how it's done.
We get a shotgun and 2 more keys. Exactly getting a shotgun, given that he's our main melee character right now. Thank you, Abelard. And melted charges and what? What else we got over here? Cargo, guard net, blast, rocket meat.
I
Do all
always
that.
have a backup plan.
Cozy seating area is completely destroyed. Pieces of furniture and splinters scattered everywhere. Dark stains cover the floor. And some more cargo. Good, good. Don't think anything was over here. Wait. Oh, that guy ran over here. Grab that. Cargo. Yep. Every little bit helps. Thank you very much. All right, blow the door.
Never doubt me.
Yep, back up. And we're now at rank 2. That gives us Revel in Slaughter, removes the winded effect. At the end of combat, so we gain the following bonuses. Yep. Endure. Even more of a tank. Operative gets exposed weaknesses. Good. And yep. Everybody go.
Let us not dawdle.
There. Oh, there's some stuff over here to grab. Yep. That isn't. her.
Just as I planned.
Here. Oh, right. Plus 5 armor. It's also going right on Abelard to further improve his defensive capabilities.
Always keep your eye on the price.
Fallen Steel has blocked the path to the lips. You'll have to find another way forward. Massive podium rises above the gap in the main temple, a bold architectural decision that can turn into a disaster with a well-placed shot. Boy, I wonder how we're going to get across.
Attention.
Thank you for that, Argenta. An extra multi-key is also always helpful. The benches and even the cogitator torn from its proper place are stacked to a rough semblance of a
Keep
barricade.
your wits about you.
Now, if I recall correctly, our first real decision of the game is here. The roar of the flames rings in your ears. The choking smoke makes you cough and gasp for air. You instinctively recoil from the scorching heat, wiping your face. A moment later, a hazy silhouette forms in the raging wall of fire. You're surrounded by ear-splitting noise and screaming. Yet you distinctly hear the sound of footsteps, and then you see the figure walk out of the fire towards you. It is Theodora von Valencius.
Are you lost, my heir?
Her expression is calm, terrifyingly so for someone whose body is engulfed in an inferno. One of her hands resting on the hilt of her power sword, the other raised in inviting gesture.
An apparition. A sorceress. Apparition. Trickery of the warp.
Argenta goes as still as a statue and slowly raises her weapon.
Sister, you will lower your weapon. Threatening the Lord Captain is outrageous.
Despite his commanding tone, Abelard does not sound so confident. He is staring at the rogue crater, and you notice a muscle in his cheek twitching. How did you get here?
I am a rogue trader. I am wherever my will demands me to be. Would you prefer to be elsewhere at this time? Indubitably. But are you ready? I can lead you out of these flames, show you a path, rid you of pain, and give you a weapon so that you may defeat your enemies. Decide.
Theodora watches you without blinking. Her snake-like gaze almost makes you forget about the fire searing you, leaving burns on the skin. Your mouth begins to salivate. Each word Theodora speaks is like music to your ears. The entity now dwelling in the deepest recesses of your mind is begging, demanding that you give her an immediate answer, and that answer can be nothing other than acceptance.
Do not listen to this abomination. If there is naught but his light in your heart, if you are resolute in your faith, then step into the flames. The Emperor protects. His faithful will not be deterred by either darkness or deceitful promises. Nor will the fire burn those who carry the torch of faith in their soul.
To the void with you. We need to follow Lady Theodora before we suffocate in this furnace.
The people! The survivors from the middle decks! We must help the crew! Lead them out! Find a way around!
For the roaring flames with the distant sound, frightened voices, screams, muffled and distorted, as if there were a body of water between you and them.
Then we'll miss our chance to meet up with Edel. What are we waiting for?
Will not leave my people in harm's way. Pull back! You look away and the illusion breaks. The unbearable heat instantly makes your skin burn, the voices of the people beyond the shroud of smoke growing stronger and hopeful as you and your companions rush back, barking orders, guiding the survivors. In your determination, you completely forget about Theodora. And when you turn your head, you see nothing but the bellowing fire.
Is there money to be made?
Where did it go? The thing that was standing in front of us in the fire? I could have sworn.
To the same place all unholy visions go. Do you want to follow it, witch?
Bring down
the
that
Emperor
button.
favors me today.
Need to get across. You know, I was always afraid every time I did that there was going to be a game bug and it was literally going to fall on top of me and just kill my entire party.
I always have a
It honestly would not have surprised me if that had been the case at some point.
Too late. We are too late. Or perhaps Edelthrad and his escort never made it here. Which would be even worse.
Or they could be fighting on the bridge as we speak. Without us.
My lord, I beg your pardon for interrupting. The people are asking for orders. You came back to save us. So now we will follow you through thick and thin.
To the bridge. If Edelthrad is there, then he requires immediate assistance. I say there is one thing that I find most troubling. The Lord Captain's Voxcasts. They are still coming in, even though it would make sense for Lady Theodora to be on the bridge right now, at the head of the counter-assault. I feel uneasy. What if the Lord Captain is besieged in her own chambers? With your permission, I suggest that we confirm for ourselves that she is not. We can use the same elevator that Lady Theodora and Maud headed for earlier.
You guys head up there and get help. We'll head to Captain Theodora's quarters.
I always keep my options open.
Don't need to sound like a captain on a freaking commercial flight. And if you look out the right side, you will see the inexorable horrors of the warp slowly consuming the ship. If there's anything else around here, it's all blocked off. Yep. Come on. Open the door.
We should deal with this.
Come on. We got loot to grab too. Cargo.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
Lots of cargo. Fiber plating. Logic. Right set. We have an event logic. 5, 30, 30, 30. Go ahead. Oh no, that's good. We'll give it to Argenta.
Let us not dawdle.
Can't do anything with that. This clearly does not serve as a statement. Generators, machines, include wall paneling as a maintenance module room rather than an area for receiving get. But with a hidden elevator that goes directly to the Lord Captain's quarters. Hello, welcome X Diamond 1980X. Yes, for the Emperor. We are going to be doing a bit of an Iconoclasm run, but I am definitely an Imperial loyalist in this playthrough still. We're just trying to be a bit more pragmatic than some methods of the Imperium usually are. As we all know, their fanaticism can be a bit endearing from the outside, but in-universe it often causes more problems than it actually solves. And thanks for joining. Hope you stick around. If I recall correctly, yep. Mort's dead. So is Captain von Valencia.
Is there money to be made?
That real fast. Helmet of the Devoted Protector requires Dogmatic. Grants its wearer immunity and make critical hits. Combat? Yes, I am. 40k fan. I'm very much so. Been playing for a while. Finished up Elden Ring as a stream about 2 weeks ago. Did some random stuff last week when I wasn't able to stream fully. And this week we're starting Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader by Alcat Games. So this is probably going to consume my streams for at least the next month, possibly 2. Who knows? Honestly, probably more than... Well, I say 2 months, and we'll probably take a break to play Space Marine 2 when that comes out, provided it still lives up to my hopeful expectations for that. I'm very much a firm believer in not pre-ordering, so we will see how Space Marine 2 looks when it actually comes out. But if it is good, I'll probably take a break from this and just play through the whole of Space Marine 2 on stream as well. And then come back to this afterwards as a nice major phase. Requires Dogmatic Follower. Critical hit. No. We'll go ahead and give that to her, because I want him to have the armor. We'll go ahead and put those in.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Let's see what else we got. The original Dawn of War, actually, back in the day. I saw it in a GameStop of all places, where I used to live a long time ago. I remember it was one of the old school PC boxes that had the flap on the outside that you could open up and see more information. And I had no idea what any of it was. I didn't know what Eldar were. I didn't know what Space Marines were. I didn't know what any of it was. And I eventually convinced my parents to buy it. And ever since the initial opening cutscene of Dawn of War played, the one with the screaming Marine and the orcs and charging up the hill with the Dreadnought, I've been completely sold on the Warhammer universe. Yes, OG Dawn of War is still awesome. Probably should play that at some point. That or maybe Dawn of War 2, because that's a little friendlier to modern streaming setups. I don't know how well Dawn of War 1 will work on a stream. I'd have to play around with that. The wearer of this amulet gains a +10 bonus to commerce in the launch period. Oh, definitely. But yes, OG Dawn of War is still great. The original opening cutscene is still amazing. Gabriel Angelos and the Blood Ravens, very good addition. They are definitely loyalist Thousand Sun remnants. I still stick with that original canon interpretation. But at least Games Workshop hasn't thrown them out completely. They've at least acknowledged that they're canon. Do we want to put this on him? Commerce is 25. I don't think any... Well, he has 40. And he has 30 Lore Imperium, so he's got the better... Go ahead and throw that on him. Yeah, OG Dawn of War is amazing. Winter Assault is great as an introduction to the Imperial Guard, because otherwise you just have... the only thing I knew about the Imperial Guard was what they did in Dawn of War initially, and Winter Assault does a better job there. Dark Crusade is still great, especially all of the interactions between the faction leaders. And then, of course, we had Soulstorm, which definitely wasn't as good. All right, let's... Yep, there we go. Oh, the OG Space Hulk on the tabletop? Oh, man, back in 1990. Funnily enough, Dawn of War was my introduction. But on a whim, I went to a local library near where I lived. Believe it or not, they had an original first edition Warhammer Rogue Trader rulebook in their collection at the library. The original one with the Crimson Fists doing the whole iconic last stand against the orcs on the front cover. It was an amazing find, and it also completely screwed my perception of the lore for a while, because obviously a lot of stuff had changed between the original first edition Rogue Trader and when I got started in it, which was around 2004, 2005. So seeing some of the old artwork and stuff, like in the first edition, Primarchs were just the leaders of the Space Marine legions. They weren't demigods created by the Emperor. Leman Russ was just a chapter master of the Space Wolves. There was a lot of weird lore stuff in there, a lot of weird modeling stuff that I just did not understand. But it did help. Shape how I viewed the lore going on. Yeah, I was in middle school, I want to say, at the time in the early 2000s. I can't remember exactly. One sec. Theodora von Valencius's body is sprawled on the large blood-drenched desk, the arch-militant's corpse still clutching a weapon slumped against one of the bulkheads.
Emperor, accept thy faithful souls.
I am reading all the stuff that isn't voiced, by the way, if you're going to be sticking around. So hopefully my throat doesn't give out in the middle of all this. The Sister of Battle surveys the scene, her gaze lingering on the arch-militant's body. Yeah. Oh, shoot. My first game, it was either late 3rd or early 4th edition with the way the rulebook was around, and I want to say it was against another... It was a combat patrol, but the old style, where combat patrol was basically, I think, 750 points. This was before they set it aside as like a skirmish style that you could play with the pre-built box sets that they have now in 10th edition. It was literally just 750 points. And it was, I think I took a tactical squad, a captain, a 5-man assault squad, and a land speeder or something like that. And my very first match was against Eldar. And hilariously, I only won because his warp spiders tried to jump into the middle of the field, failed their difficult terrain test, and literally 4 out of the 5 warp spiders just died. Like, it was the worst possible frickin' roll he could have gotten for a dangerous teleportation test, and he lost nearly the entire squad, and I killed the rest of his army on the next turn. And even he acknowledged that it was, like, the worst luck he'd ever had in a game like that. I got paid back. The next match after that was a guy who took nothing but lead devastators with las cannons, and he just sniped everything on the field, because when you're using an anti-tank weapon to knock out infantry, I mean, in a small game, that's all you need.
Lord Captain, I didn't hear.
This is still some of the best line reading that this lady does in this game. Adira's voice actor is very good.
Why didn't I foresee this?
Lord Captain, who would even dare? Unless that rat, Voidsphere.
Oh, that's never a good introduction. I was lucky. The community that when I first joined was very accepting in the area and very much willing to show newbies the ropes. In fact, I would even go so far as to say I was a bit of the asshole at first, because I did things like touching other people's models without permission. To be fair, as I said, I was in middle school. I didn't really understand I was a shit kid. I'll be honest, I was a shit kid. They set me straight real fast as far as that behavior, and I got through that real quick. But yeah, your early experience with the hobby can really shape what happens, and no amount of well-meaning from other people later on in the hobby can ever really get rid of the bad taste in your mouth if you know that certain people at your hobby area are asshats. Or, as I said, if you're one of the asshats and you only realize it years later, which I'll admit, again, I definitely was. Maybe not rules-wise, but sometimes on my conduct around other people, I was just a little shit. If I could go back and apologize to those people, I absolutely would, because I was a dick. Abelard's stun takes a few steps forward and leans heavily on the edge of his desk. His eyes are locked on Theodora's body. We'll go with this one. I doubt it. Voidveer wished humiliation and suffering upon Theodora, not a swift death.
It could have happened in the heat of battle. Not to mention that Mort was here, and he would have protected Lady Theodora to the last.
He pulled a closet with arms and legs. Is he saying that he proxied it? Pulled a closet with arms and legs, called it a dreadnought. Looked it up and he was right, too. Huh. Did he proxy it with another model and it was like a different size? I mean, to be fair, as long as it's roughly the same size, I don't mind proxies, but if you're changing rules on people, that's definitely a no-go.
How could Mort have failed her so terribly? The Archmilitant was born on a death world. He had lightning-fast reflexes.
I can look at things in my own way. If you find something that might bear the imprint of the killer, just give it to me, and I'll try
the
to
point
see
count.
what secrets it holds.
Now that's just assholish. Especially back in the day. Well, I'm not going to say it's better now, but with 10th edition being the way it is with a lot of free war gear and stuff like that, it's a lot harder to mess that up, and with the points counts being a lot more well-known between various apps you can download and stuff that you can have on hand. But back in the day when it was just the codexes, and sometimes those codexes did get online updates that nobody knew about and shit like that, yeah, and the war gear, you could get dozens of different pieces of war gear, even for vehicles like dreadnoughts. That's a bit of a dick move. That's a really dick move, especially for somebody who's just learning. We're going to examine the Archmilitant's bodies first. An auto pistol shot went straight through Mort's forehead, spraying the floor and the furniture around with blood and brain matter and shards of his skull. The safety on the Archmilitant's weapon is off. The killer must have been a split second quicker than him. I'll go back over and examine Theodora's body. You lean closer to the body. The cause of death is apparent. What ended the rogue trader's life was an auto pistol shot, an extraordinarily accurate one at that. Theodora's face bears an expression of surprise, the last emotion she experienced in life. Something on the floor catches your eye, a heap of blood-spattered parchment and scrolls that must have fallen off the desk. As you lean down for a closer look, you notice something else, small shards of glass scattered on the floor. Inspect the shards by the desk. Yep. Hey, Blood Angels, very nice. I mainly play a Dark Angel Successor chapter that I've homebrewed. I like the tabletop, but I really do love the universe and the storytelling and lore in it first and foremost. So I've got like a whole write-up for the lore of my homebrew chapter. They're a Dark Angel Successor and all that. They lean more into like the questing knight aspect than the quasi self-flagellating, like psychological self-torture of the rest of the Dark Angels. Though admittedly, with the Lion coming back in 10th edition, that has somewhat rescinded, so it's not quite as big of a distraction in my opinion. But Blood Angels are good too. Oh yeah, lore is huge. Lore is my favorite part of it. One of my favorite things is just writing up homebrew for any model that I make. I've named the captain of my main Space Marine army. I've done all sorts of things like that. I love that lore. Lore podcasts and stuff like that you find on YouTube are also a great background noise for when you're actually painting models. Like, I can't paint just on its own. I gotta have something playing in the background in order to keep my brain functioning on all cylinders while I'm doing it. Otherwise, I get absolutely insane while trying to paint. I eventually just stop. It is difficult to say exactly what was broken. The object fell on the floor, and that is as much as you can ascertain. Upon closer examination, the shards appear iridescent rather than completely transparent, as if they'd been submerged beneath them. What do these shards tell you, Adira?
I see streaks of color, luminescence, blue lights, faces drawing closer. Lady Theodora and Conrad and what is that? Ah! Something dark, enormous. Oh, this glass thing was something foul, that's for sure.
He scoops up a handful of shards of blood from her fist with such strength that blood starts to drip on the floor. No, as I said, the lore has been my favorite ever since I first got into it. That same library that had a copy of the Rogue Trader book also luckily had a copy of, which one was it? The third Gaunt's Ghost novel, Necropolis. That was my first introduction to the modern lore and was my first Warhammer 40k proper book. Still one of the best, I think. I think Dan Abnett does a great job with Gaunt's Ghosts.
Tainted witchcraft.
You cannot tell if Argenta's remark is directed at the glass shards or Adira herself. Yeah, Adira, would you try touching Theodora? You might be able to see the killer through her eyes.
It doesn't work like that. I can try to read the memories of objects, but dead bodies are a different story. Something like that would require her soul. And after what we saw on the officer's deck, I won't risk searching for it in a warp.
Inspect the papers, reports, accounts, dispatches. You go over the scrolls until you stumble upon a document that is starkly different from the rest. It is a handwritten letter signed with the initials XC and a seal with a symbol that is vaguely familiar. We'll read that in a second. Lord Grimp has succeeded. It sends a shiver down your spine. The author of this seal, addressed to Theodora von Valencia, signed it with the seal of one of the Holy Ordos of the Emperor's Inquisition. A secret police of the Imperium, relentlessly hunting heretics, Xenos, and other enemies of humanity. We'd best be on our way.
Yes, the crucible of battle calls to me once more.
No, wait! We must see if we can find anything. You'd give up so easily, old man? I expected as much from the sister. It's not like she has a heart. But you? Oh no. I'll get to the bottom of this. I'll find the one responsible for murdering the Lord Captain. And when I do, that scum will regret the day they were born.
Deer's voice actor continues to kill it in the early game. I hope that that holds true for the rest of the game.
I always have a backup plan.
Also, in regards to Blood Angels being your first army, I mean, that's kind of a common thing where everyone starts, like, usually the first couple of models you buy is going to affect what army you end up playing for a long time. And let's be honest, most of us start with Space Marines. I do have a squad of Dark Eldar, and I would love to build a Dark Eldar army at some point, as well as Astra Militarum, the Imperial Guard. Ooh, okay, game. Something's up there. Rogue Trader Cloak, Fellowship. Not really that useful, but we'll go ahead and throw it on. Sorry if the gameplay is a little boring right now. This is an RPG. It's got a lot of dialogue and a lot of dialogue choices and all that in between the combat segments. Carla Organ seems to have been sitting idle.
I always keep my options open.
I don't think there's anything. Maybe? Nope. Nothing else in here. Nope. Yes. The luxury of literally having an entire bloody, like, swimming area on a frickin' starship. Gotta love Rogue Traders. The opulence is everywhere in this game. I love it. What is that one? Bizarre fragment hung on a trophy board. The light smooth surface of the object is dotted with dark spots and crumbling holes.
My whispers crave entertainment.
I don't think there's anything else here. Can't get anything else from more.
Let us not dawdle.
If I recall from when I played the tutorial, when the game first came out, there should be a combat encounter coming up. Yep, there we go. Yeah, Dark Eldar are good.
Close ranks.
The masters demand your death.
It's also nice sometimes playing a faction that is just totally unrepentant in its evil. They're also one of the few models that I actually like painting white on, because you can make the white look grimy and, like, pretty bad, and it kind of fits with them. Like, they wear white armor that you think would be all clean and stuff, but these are Dark Eldar you're talking about. They're going to be covered in blood, they're going to be covered in guts, they're going to be covered in gore, and they're going to revel in it. They're going to laugh at it the whole time. I literally spray paint them white, put on a couple of other colors, and then I just start blasting them with red in random spots. Like, they literally look like they've literally just stepped out of a gore pile half the time. And I think the two vehicles I have that I painted of them, those ones, as I said, I don't really play Dark Eldar right now. I just collect a couple of the models. The vehicles have the same thing, where I painted them up white, and then just splashed red across them. They can be hard to paint. Although, honestly, their vehicles are fairly big, but they're fairly easy to paint. They've got nice, large panels. And their units are a pain to paint just from the small details, but that's got more to do with the scale than anything else. They're nothing like, say, Thousand Suns, or some of the Chaos models that have so much bloody detail on some parts of them, so much trim that you have to go over. Thousand Suns in particular are really bad with that, where you've just got all these little details that have to go on it. At least with the Dark Eldar, it's like, oh, it's spikes and things like that. So you can kind of just be like, oh, I'll just add a little bit of metallic color to the end of the spikes. Whereas with Chaos, it's like, oh no, all these details are raised up and are very easy to see. If I don't put something on them, the model's going to look like shit. All right, let's get these set up. Abelard, over here. Adira, you're going to go over here. I'm going to go over here. And Argenta can be over here. Actually, we're going to put Argenta on this side. That way she's shooting into this side. But yes, like, in comparison to regular Eldar, I'd say they're definitely more difficult. And also, this is mainly for the Kabalites. If you're painting witches or the Racks and the Homunculi, way different story. Painting flesh tones is always so much more annoying and so much harder, at least in my experience, than painting armor. I can never get flesh tones to look right. It's why all of my Marines wear helmets. I don't paint faces. I already know that I'm bad at it. I don't need to try my luck again. I figured out real early on that I wasn't able to paint faces, so I just made sure all of my Space Marines and all of my Eldar wear helmets. All right, Abelard, what are we doing here? Combat Servitor is going to go first. We're going to have him run over here.
tactically sound approach.
Go ahead and do this.
I took care of this one.
Go. Very good. Yeah. That. Close. Really? You should be able to do it from there. That doesn't make any sense why you wouldn't be able to. Damn it. I'm assuming you mean how in the blue balls did you do it rather than who. But yeah, there are sometimes you just run into people like that where it's just like, how in the hell did you manage to pull that off? And I ain't even talking like Golden Demon competitions or anything like that. Lord knows ever since the internet blew up as far as things like Instagram and other picture hosting sites go, it is so much easier to just find people on there that you're just like, hot damn, how did you manage that? I really wish I could. We can deal with Argenta not having a burst attack. We'll go ahead and use Brace for Impact to increase his defense. Yeah, exactly. Can't do anything else with him. We are going to... Let me see. So... Okay, so if we use Run and Gun... then we're going to use the Flame Attack on... him, set him on fire.
Another enemy down. It's as good as done.
And to be fair, I've kept track of some of the people I've found online who do that kind of level of detail, because at some point I do want to pick up the Lionel Johnson model, and I know I can't do it justice. It's the one time that I've actively considered commissioning someone to paint it for me. Plus, while I'm comfortable painting my own army in my own scheme, if I'm getting the Lion, I want him in his paint scheme. I want him done professionally in the actual canonical colors of the First Legion. I don't even want to play him. I just want to own him as a centerpiece. So I would have no problem getting him professionally painted up and being willing to shell out a bit of extra money for that. Would also have to get the heads magnetized, because you know I'd want a nice looking head for him, and I'd want the helmets done up for him as well. Okay, I can't do anything else with Savani. Can we... Okay, we could do that. It's not going to affect anything, so we just want to do as much damage as possible. Go ahead and pop it out. Good, good, good. There we go. Good damage. Alright, can't do anything else. Then we're going to... He's still going to have the ability to attack. So instead, we're going to use that. Okay, press him.
I've suffered worse.
Oh yeah, Death Company, black with the occasional red parts on there for the Blood Angels. Pretty easy paints. He put a little bit of metallic on the chain swords and the bolt pistols. Oh, right. We also want to analyze enemies. Go ahead and throw that on there. I have gotten better over the years, but yeah, my original paint scheme was pretty much Dark Angels green. I did a couple of details in Macragge blue, and then 2 different metallic paints. I had a bolt gun metal for anything that I wanted for like a traditional like silverish metal color, and then oh, what's the other one? One of the brass colors that I used for the trim, and it was pretty simple. It was pretty simple. The only thing I've changed since then is I've got better about using washes. I've done a bit more on the bases. And then I started changing things up because I wrote into their... I started actually coming up with an excuse because I wanted to differentiate the individual squads. So I started coming up with squad markings for each of the units. So that way I could identify them easily on the tabletop, and as well as when they're in... when I've got them on display. It is definitely one of those things that the more you do it, the more you start adding to it. The one thing I've always hated, though, as I said, aside from painting faces, is painting tanks. I always end up taking way longer painting tanks than I should for no real benefit. Like, a lot of the Games Workshop tanks just don't have that much detail that you really have to worry about. With a few exceptions. But things like Space Marine tanks, even the modern ones, the Gladiator variants and the Impulsor variants, really don't have that many details, and I just get hyper fixated, and it eventually just takes forever. It takes so much longer than I originally mean for it to. Okay, Dira can't do anything else. Combat Surgeon is attacking. And he's going to shoot Abelard. Yep. Good job, Abelard. Taking the hit. Charge in on him, please. Go ahead and attack again. If you're still collecting models, I've got to imagine you're pretty happy with the Assault Intercessors and Jump Pack Intercessors that came out over the last few years, because those makes for some really nasty death company under the current rules. Can you do anything? No, you can't do anything with that. Go ahead and set him on fire. Go, some additional damage.
I'll do it.
Single shot. Here should be able to finish it off with the Psychic Scream. There we go. Very nice.
Keep your wits about you.
+5 toughness and intelligence is 35 or less. I think we need... We'll keep an extra pistol just in case. Yeah, well, it is Space Marine, so you kind of know what you're getting into with the Assault Intercessors. Though I think my main problem is, oh, what is it? It's the uniformity of things like the chest and the leg pieces. I do wish they'd go back to having slightly different legs and slightly different chest pieces, at least 1 or 2 in each model's kit, just so you can pick, just so you can mix them up a little. Because the old style kits usually had several different chest pieces, but ever since we got the Primaris, all the chest pieces have been standardized, and I'm not the biggest fan of that. Let me make sure. Got our gear all set up. Intelligence less than 35. I'm pretty sure I have that. I'm pretty sure that's... Yeah, my character did that, so go ahead. Well, wait, no. Abelard is our tank. We're going to want to get that. So he's got more toughness. Yeah. Got it. Improvements, and we have talent. Here, oh, I'm probably going to spend way more on this than I should, because the character creation system for this is a pain in the ass sometimes. Do I want any... I don't have a force weapon on one. Yeah, it's not even that I'm not one of those people who just dismisses the Primaris outright. They have some good design choices. I like the return to, the Mark IV style Maximus helm. I like that they made sure that the headpieces from the older sets are still compatible. Like, I've got half an assault squad that is using Beaky and old-style Mark VII helmets as well. And I use them to represent veterans, which I think makes sense. But yeah, even just having a few of the chest pieces be slightly different. Because, in the old tactical style, you had some where it had just the skull in the middle, you had some where it had a full Aquila in the middle, you had some where it had the same design that they have now in the Primaris, which is the winged skull, and you had some that were completely blank. And it was a nice mix. You don't need it in every single one, but having 1 or 2 of those as options in them would just, I think, really help to flesh out the Primaris and remind you that some of these guys are still Firstborn Marines that have just upgraded to the Mark X equipment. Let's see what we got here. Not in line of sight. Raj. Maybe that one. Need to do so more increase range before. Melting armor is really good. Yeah, and it is still very obvious that some of they're still missing. Sorry, I'm kind of bouncing back and forth between talking to you and trying to figure out what I'm going to be leveling up here. Yeah, the upgrade system in this game is a thing in and of itself, and I don't blame them because I did play a couple of sessions of the actual Rogue Trader and Dark Heresy style tabletop game. It's not a system in its base form that would have really translated very well to a CRPG on the computer. So I get what Owlcat was trying to go for. But I think they only made it about halfway to what they wanted to make. Like, it really does sometimes feel like there's a bit... and I still remember the early patch notes kind of showed that, because there were a lot of really weird interactions between talent abilities before the game got patched. There was some really broken bullshit in this game early on. Part of the reason I didn't, to be fair, I didn't have a setup for streaming when it first came out either. But I was also very much the case of I played it for a few hours, got through the tutorial, was like, you know what? I'm going to put this on hold until they've got some of this under control, because right now it's a little half-baked. Just a bit. Really don't know which. You know what? I'm going to focus on Psyker stuff for right now, because I want to play a Psyker, not necessarily a soldier. That's also my one other complaint right now, that I don't like. It's a fundamental design choice, so there's really nothing they can do about it. They can't change it at this point. Is that Psyker should have been an archetype, not an origin, in my opinion. Yeah, the bugs didn't do it. To be fair, it's a CRPG, and pretty much ever since the days that CRPGs got out of the 2D plane, they've always had bug issues just because of the sheer number of interactions and stuff that they have to computate and go through in the game engine. Owlcat, they at least try, right? Like, there's some companies out there, like a certain Bethesda, that has a nasty habit of having game errors that last for years and only get fixed in mods. Owlcat at least is trying. They tried with Kingmaker, they tried with Wrath of the Righteous, and they're still trying with Rogue Trader. They really do seem like they're actively trying to fix the problem. So I will give them that. It's kind of sad that that is very high praise in the modern gaming scene when we have so many companies that just don't even bother. But I will at least give them that. They seem passionate about it. They seem like they're willing to work on it, and they do. So I will definitely give them that. But yes, we're going to go ahead and go with Psyker abilities, because I want to be a Psyker. Yeah, Lamau Bethesda, trust me. Yeah, I started Bethesda with Obsidian, or not Obsidian, Oblivion, Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion. Yeah, I remember that. And it was, and I didn't know mods existed when I first played that. I didn't know about unofficial patches or anything like that. I just played the game. That was an interesting time. We're going to go with Melting Armor. We want a nice debuff ability. Why is it? Oh, complete. Bethesda. I don't even know what Bethesda's going to be doing in the future. After everything that happened with Starfield. Oof. I'm worried about the Elder Scrolls and the Fallout franchise after that. Like, I honestly am. Ooh, what do we want? And we want... It is a good ability, but we want something defensive for that. Thick skin is good. Defensive maneuvers, that's an agility bonus. He's really... want to focus on his ability to take a hit. Deals damage back. just going to go with thick skin. We want Abelard to be a nice, tanky character. I know he's capable of doing that. I've seen people talk about how his endgame stuff gets very good with that. Era's a bit different. Second sight is good for her because you want her mainly in range. Second Valley's name. Compatibility. Got a psi rating of 1, so that's going to give a minus 14% penalty on the first dodge attempt. What happens does the Blizzard is Microsoft find their way back to relative. I mean, some of the problems were already present, but I definitely don't think Starfield was helped by the Microsoft buyout. It definitely wasn't. But like Fallout 76 was before the Microsoft buyout, and we already were having problems there. Todd Howard's willingness to keep releasing Skyrim on new systems for no reason was certainly not a good sign before that. Like, the warning signs were there. Starfield just kind of coalesced it all together and added on top the issues that Microsoft was bringing. Kind of the same way that Blizzard had the same issue when they released oh shit, what was the expansion? The Shadowlands or whatever expansion, the one after the Battle for Azeroth, where pretty much everyone agreed that WoW was on its last legs. Now, it kind of looks like Dragon Isles and the upcoming one are kind of stabilizing things, but it's still, I mean, as somebody who only plays WoW when an expansion comes out just to kind of relive the nostalgia, it's still like I don't play anything else by Blizzard at this point. Like, and I don't know why you would. I don't know. It'll be interesting to see if either of them can recover. Bethesda does still have the fact that Elder Scrolls is an in-house property, so maybe they'll surprise us. Maybe they'll take a step back after everything that happened with Starfield and really re-examine what they're going to do for the next Elder Scrolls game. I hope that's the case, but we ain't going to know for a while. We just aren't. Like, there's no real details. There's no real leaks or anything. We're just not going to know. Not for a while, at least. And, I mean, if what happens, happens. The chips will fall where they may. I'm not Todd Howard, and I don't work for him, so it's not like me worrying about it's going to do anybody any good. I just hope it comes out okay. Oh, it was. It absolutely was. I have heard that it's gotten slightly better, but, like, I barely play Path of Exile. And I was stupid enough to buy Diablo 4 because I was like, I had a decent time with Diablo 3, all things considered. I'll give it another shot. I think I put maybe 2 hours into Diablo 4. And it's still sitting on my computer, and I haven't played it since. Like, it just doesn't feel right. And it's weird because they went back to a more grimdark art style. They went back to a more, I think their art design team and their attempts at relinking the story into the whole creation of Sanctuary is a good idea. But it's like none of it meshed properly. It's like you're looking at a puzzle, but some of the pieces are from a completely different set and they don't fit. And it's kind of sad that they're still playing catch up on Path of Exile. And Path of Exile is about to release a second one, and if that goes off as well as the first one did, the Diablo franchise is basically going to be left in the dust completely. And you've even got things like what's it called, Echoes of Eternity, and some other action RPG style games that are doing well. Like, Diablo 3 was already on the precipice, and Diablo 4 really dropped the bloody ball. They really did. Instant exposure? Stick with her archetype for right now. That was it. Passive learning. That's the one that's good because you instantly get, the same number. On the first turn combat, the operator randomly displays the same number of exploits as when using analyze enemies. All enemies in a 10-cell radius around the operator. Starting each of their subsequent turns, they distribute half as many of those exploits about all enemies in a 2-cell radius. You still want that because it gets you it on everybody pretty much. Right. Yeah, I was really stupid with it when I bought it. Yeah, it does make you wonder because, well, it doesn't really. We know part of the reason why. It's because most of the people who made Diablo 2, Warcraft 3, the original WoW, they're gone. Like, they stopped working at Blizzard years ago in some cases, and the handful that are remaining are usually in things like creative design or art assets and stuff. They're not like creative leads. They're the people who come up with the basic bare bones of the story and the art design and then pass it on to the main team. There's just not much left of the original Blizzard. And there's not much left of the original Bethesda now that I think about it either. I mean, that's just kind of the nature of these things. Nobody stays at one company forever. Improvements, firearms, damage, no. Want. Yes, first reload is basically free. That's what we want. Alright, that's long enough. Pick up all of our gear. Yeah, as I said, it does make you wonder. We'll see. I mean, honestly, we might be due for some of these companies to just end. Like, I think we've gotten a little too complacent as far as like, oh, this company made a really great game. They'll be around forever. It's like, they might not. And, you know, like, I wish the people who are working there the best. I hope they go on to make other things, but sometimes things end, and it sucks, but it happens. Alright, we got some additional goods.
I always get the job done.
The horrific vision is a product of the warp energies that permeate through. Yeah, no shit.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
And here we go.
The second sacrifice draws its gaze.
Help has arrived. Too late to change the tide, I'm afraid. But if there is any honor in you, we can at least die with dignity and give our lives for the rogue trader.
Yeah, I do remember this part. I haven't played the whole game, just FYI. I've only played up through the very first planet. Right after that, when you get to the space station, that's as far as I've got. And that was, as I said, back when the game first launched. I was having issues with bugs. I also played through that same area, that same first planet, like 4 times, trying out different builds. So I'm very well familiar with these first, like, I want to say, like, 4 or 5 hours of the game, where you go through the ship, the first system, and the first planet. But everything after that, I'm pretty much blind on. But yeah, this is where everything starts to go to shit. Theodora von Valentius is dead. I found her and the Archmilitant in her
God,
study.
Emperor, preserve us. The rogue traitor is dead. The ship has lost her Lord Captain. No matter what ritual Kunrad is performing there, the warp is too strong. I cannot withstand it. I feel my body changing with every second. The warp is ringing in the air. This is the end. We will perish in the warp, along with the Warrant and all the dynasty's heirs. The enemy of humanity has triumphed.
See, I tried playing a noble, but it was too much of a just giving buffs to your allies and then giving additional turns to your allies, which I get what they were going for. And it does kind of fit how the nobles kind of act in Warhammer while still fitting kind of the party face kind of style character. But it just really wasn't what I was looking for in a character. It also doesn't help that you get the navigator companion pretty early on, and she's a straight up better officer noble than anyone else in the game. Like, she just is. Her navigator powers pair up with her officer and nobility powers so bloody well that there's almost no point in playing an officer. Another thing I don't like is that The officer's gameplay wasn't very interesting to me. The Officer Noble's gameplay wasn't very interesting to me. And it's the only way to play a party face. And I'm used to running charisma builds in a lot of CRPG style, like paladins, sorcerers, bards. I like having combat utility and being the party face. Because in a CRPG, if your character's going to be doing 99% of the talking, they may as well be the face of the party. But this game in particular, on the one hand, I can kind of get it, because as a rogue trader, you don't need to be the face. You quite literally have people to do that for you. And if there's going to be a setting where that works, it's going to be a rogue trader in 40k. Well, we do have an Inquisitor acolyte or whatever who shows up on the first planet. And as I said, if you've seen my rules, no spoilers, please. I'm very big on that, especially when I play games like this. I do know that there's an Inquisitor acolyte on the first world. I do know he's a companion, and I do know he leaves and then shows up again later. But yes, if they're going to be doing CRPGs in Warhammer, then playing as an Inquisitor and having that as kind of an option would also be good. Oh, about the build. Oh, okay. My apologies. I can kind of see that. At the same time, if there's one group that could tell a rogue trader no when they try to recruit somebody, it would be the Inquisition. So it's not the worst. But having something that is built more like an Inquisitor would make more sense. The Operative is interesting, but as the game goes on, leans more into like the sniper kind of role. Whereas having like a true, honest skill monkey Inquisitor, like a very much an investigative Inquisitor, would have been an interesting character archetype to go with. I mean, earlier I was complaining about the same thing, is that Psyker should have been a separate class rather than a origin starting archetype. And I don't know why it isn't, because it really makes it feel like you're not really playing a Psyker a lot of the time. You're just playing a guy who happens to have a few psychic abilities. To be fair, they might have also decided not to do an Inquisitor here, because they could end up doing an Inquisitor-style CRPG later down the line. Just like how Pathfinder Kingmaker was about one campaign and Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous had the mythic system built in another. Like you had, to rephrase that. You had the kingdom building mechanics in Kingmaker, and then you had the army building mechanics and mythic mechanics in Wrath of the Righteous. So them doing this game on Rogue Traders, and then maybe doing a second 40k CRPG where you play as like part of an Inquisition group, or as you work your way up to becoming an Inquisitor, and that having a different set of classes and archetypes, would be something I could see them doing. Shudders and grabs his shoulders. You watch the sleeve of his jacket goes open. Keep going, goes through the fabric.
I've seen it before. We'd better get away from him. The changes are already accelerating.
I did play Inquisitor Martyr. It's a decent action RPG. But yeah, it was very much kind of a... It sounds condescending to say, like, baby's first action RPG, but it did kind of feel rough around the edges in a lot of places. The team that made it just needs to kind of work on their mechanics, because they nailed the art style. They nailed the art style. They nailed the atmosphere. I'd even say they nailed the story as an Inquisitor to a certain extent. But the mechanics just... Again... It's one of those things. We live in a post-Diablo 3, post-Path of Exile world as far as action RPG goes. If you can't match up to either Path of Exile's mechanics, or you can't match up to Diablo 3's ease of access and smooth gameplay, then you've got a problem as far as your action RPG goes, because that's what people are going to compare it to. Those are the two big ones that they're always going to compare it to. And for the older action RPG people, they're just going to compare it to Diablo 2, and they're going to be angry no matter what you do. But that's just kind of the nature of that genre. Still, the more you can reduce those complaints, the better off your action RPG is going to be. Yep. I forbid you the very thought of yielding, Ingolstadt. Only by resigning to your fate will you truly suffer defeat.
Words worthy of a righteous soul.
Save the lofty words for later, will you? The navigator's ready to take the ship out of the warp if he gets some help from the bridge.
Then we have no right to bow our heads.
Damn straight. Oh, poor Adelthrad. I remember what happens to him here, and it kind of sucks to be him. Oh, sorry. I need to take a drink of water. I've been talking this whole time. Still getting used to talking the entire stream. You can see Conrad Voigtver clearly in the gloom of the bridge. The broken blade he is holding stained with dark drops that seem to have a pearlescent glimmer to them.
We are out of time.
Adelthrod bites his knuckle, desperately thinking. You see a wave ripple across the whites of his eyes as they begin to turn sickly yellow. Yeah, we're gonna go with the insult. Voigtver, you duplicitous cur. The rogue trader's death will be avenged.
Theodora is dead. No, that can't be. Not now. I still haven't.
As I said, no spoilers. I don't know what happens to him over the course of the campaign, but I cannot wait to kill him in the most brutal of fashions.
The ritual will not be completed. I'll take care of it. And you, see to it that the void ship breaks free from the warp. Watch over our realm. And farewell.
Edelthrad, don't! Your ritual won't be finished, heretic!
And then he runs, and then Adelthrod walks right into the middle of a fricking warp sigil. God damn it.
More enemies to face judgment.
I mean, could have been worse. He could have been transformed into a demon host, but then we would probably immediately have died. Okay, Argenta, calm down. I was trying to talk, and you decided to just keep blathering on right there. All right, all right. Okay, how do we want to do this? Those guys are over there. They're over there. Set up over here. Abelard. Ooh. Maybe. Yeah, because if I can kill them, I'll try to get her. So, here. Really do not have much cover here, and I do not like that. All right. Okay, okay. So, can't target him. Can target him. Oh, okay. So we're gonna run and gun.
Not me.
Yeah, it is a little bit of a similar name. I mean, Conrad, Voigtver is a better last name, and he's not quite as insane as Conrad. Let's be honest. I mean, he's still an asshole and he's a chaos worshipper, but he's not completely out of his gourd.
You never stood a chance.
Set you on fire. Giving them the old Roy Mustang treatment. Snap your fingers and kill them off. Alright, can't do anything else here. What does the thing do? Number of average attack use the weapons rate of fire. Using the weapon attacks that can be costly in state B. If I move her here, got sight on those. If I switch to the las gun, hold on. Rate of fire is 4. Use the ability to make equal to their weapon's rate of fire. Okay, okay, so. Okay, yeah, we're gonna move her here. We're gonna pop the heroic.
His will made manifest. As the Emperor commands,
1.
strike is a prayer.
2.
I refuse.
3.
Strike is a prayer.
Oh, come on. Come on.
Faith without the eradicated.
There we go. Should I use that? Yeah, I'm gonna use that. We'll leave her there. She's strong enough to handle that. We still have some room on this, so we should be able to... There are 3 stacks on him? Hold on. Hold the phone. What is it? Yes, exploit 3. The operative hits its target with an exploit stack. The attack deals +5 times perception bonus. More damage. The damage also attempts to exploit on the target. The attack removes all exploits from the target. Okay, so going to do that. Yeah, Argenta is good. I know she's not as broken now as she was when the game first came out, because apparently her abilities and the soldier abilities that she could get interacted insanely well in ways that they did not intend. And I literally saw footage of people doing things like clearing entire encounters by her just firing and never stopping. Not having to stop to reload, not having to stop to do anything, just pouring fire out the entire fight until everything was dead. Not quite going for that for her, but I will probably turn her into a heavy bolter lugging sister. Since, given my pyromancer is going to be handling the fire angle, if she's not wielding a flamer, I want her wielding a bolter. And from the sound of it, heavy bolters are just so much more effective towards the end of the game than regular bolters are. Alright, what else do we want to do here? Removes all exploits, decreasing until the start of the operative's next turn, which means everyone else will be getting bonuses. Good. Go ahead and do that. Expose weakness. And lastly, we're going to use this to inflict damage. Good.
Weapon at the ready.
All right, everybody. Take pot shots at him. Let's go. Now, we're going to charge.
I will do my duty.
Good damage. Then we are going to swing. Good. Then we are going to reduce all damage, as well as gaining temporary wounds. And brace for impact, because this thing is going to hit hard. Alright, there's nothing else he can do.
Strengthens me.
Yep, everybody else, take pot shots at him. Let's go.
I must not falter.
I have no idea what he just did. Oh, running scream. Yep, minor damage to Abelard. We're doing good. Is that an actual thing? Or is that like a glitch in the game's art design? I can't tell what exactly. Like, is that a thing for her bolter? I mean, it's got an ejection port. I'm assuming that might be something that shows up later. Which would be kind of... How have I never seen that? How did I miss that? How the hell did I miss that? I don't know what's worse. Imagining that it doesn't have an ejection port, or imagining that it's some weird version of the bolter that has an ejection port on the inside, and she just doesn't mind if she gets hit in the face with the shells as they come out, because she'll just be like, ah, I suffer for the God Emperor, or something. Maybe. I mean, have you seen some of the early bolter designs? Those things don't look normal. Or that, oh, what is it? The one that the old Azrael model carries that has a plasma gun built into it as well. And it just looks, it's a bullpup bolter, but the ejection port is still on the front of the gun. Or the forward part of the gun, and the plasma stuff is on it. It's, yeah, some of those early bolter designs are weird. Like, let's not even pretend that let's not pretend that hers is the weirdest one we've seen in Warhammer. It's just, that's pretty egregious. I mean, it is. She's a sister. That's for damn sure. Oh, I almost forgot to read this. May as well do that right now. Esteemed Theodora, change in circumstances demand your immediate assistance in our mutual cause. Forthwith, upon receiving this letter and performing the necessary preparations through, you depart for Rykad system. One of my acolytes, interrogator Heinrich von Palox, operates there at the present time. Upon your arrival in the system, you will without delay make contact with him and offer any systems required to do, after which you will provide him passage to the Podebundus system aboard your ship. On footfall, the interrogator will remove himself from your presence to wait further instructions. Anticipating any questions you may have, I will stress that the nature of interrogator von Palox's activities on Rykad Minoris is of no concern to you. If required, von Palox himself will disclose the details of the Emperor's life. Yeah, that's not suspicious at all. I mean, it's the Inquisition, so... Okay, got damage on him. We're going to go ahead and fire him as well. That's bleeding. Decent damage. That also puts a debuff on him. We're going to go ahead and stay behind cover. We're going to go ahead and move our... No, actually, she's good where she is, honestly. going to open fire.
Rejoice in battle.
Oh. Alright, whatever. Good damage, good damage. I don't think we can do anything else. There's no point in her using that. That's just going to cause damage to Abelard, and it's not even going to do a whole lot. So we're just going to use more Psychic Scream. Good damage. I should point out as well, I'm playing on a difficulty that's somewhere between story and normal. I adjusted a few of the difficulty modifiers down from normal just to try and get it, because as I said, when I played through this the first time, I mean, not just this, but the Pathfinder games that Owlcats also made, they overtune some of their combat encounters pretty damn fiercely. I'm in this for the story and okay combat, not amazingly balanced super combat. Owlcat has a tendency of playing a fairly killer DM style of game, and I don't need to be constantly reloading every other frickin' combat encounter. I don't think she can do anything else. We'll go ahead and analyze enemies again, just to get some stacks on her. There we go. There we go. Oh, Abelard might be able to finish this off then. Let's do it. Yeah, there we go. All right.
Rise to the top or get left in the dust.
Is there anything to... Oh. Oop. Game. You gonna let me move? There we go. It says there's loot. Why is it saying there's loot? Oh no, it's the other way around. It's up here. Ah, there it is. It's underneath the body. I mean, that's what he's built for. Even on the first planet, I remember him tanking stuff that it's it's quite humorous, honestly, seeing how much damage he can take. Gets an injury or falls unconscious. Their allies gain explosive damage. Heroic, Bruce dodge, and that correctly. Yes, Abelard. That. Go ahead and give him the gloves too. He's likely to get shot. What do we want? Agility, that reduces... That increases melee dodge. Ballistic skill, for right now... Go with willpower. And we will go with... Oh, we can pick up the first... Oh, very nice. We can pick up the first Psyker Minoris. Oh, they changed that. Oh, that is so nice. Oh, thank God. Because I remember the first time I tried out a Psyker, you couldn't select the next level of Psi power until, like, you were over here. And it was ridiculous how long it took. I mean, it didn't take that long in the context of the whole game, but it was kind of annoying that you were operating at Psyker level 0, essentially, for the first couple of things. Yeah, because that gets you Psi rating 1, 2, 3, and 4, I want to say. It's either 4 or 5. Yeah. Increases damage. Yes. Yeah, Psi rating 1. So now... Yeah, so that no longer is 0 when it gets... Honestly, yeah, you're not wrong. Turn his, like, under uniform black, and maybe modify his chest piece so it doesn't look quite as medieval, and he'd fit right in. Oh, what else? Got that. Honestly, Abelard's voice actor is pretty good, too. He's got a couple of lines that he doesn't do a very good delivery on, but as far as military man voice goes, he's damn good at the job. The voice actors in this did a very good job. Abelard, what else we do? What does it suggest? Got thick skin. Not a bad one. Alright, charge and slash not effect. That's the one I want. Yeah, I've seen a lot of people suggest something like that. I think there's some speculation that Space Marine 2 might be getting a Horde mode after release. I don't know about that. I feel like given the delays it's had before, if they were going to make a Horde mode for it, they'd have already done it. But, I mean, if you're going to do a Horde mode gameplay in a game about fighting Tyranids, that would make sense to me. Yeah, it would be nice. But we'll see. Weapon skill or tough? Go with weapon skill for right now. This is another thing. The first couple of times... God, I gotta work on getting that mic under control. The first couple of times I played through the tutorial section, I kept looking at builds on these guys, and I would just get totally wrapped up in what I was selecting, even when I had a build open that gave me like the first 20 levels of what they were supposed to pick. I'm just not even doing that this time. I'm just going with my gut on a lot of this. Does she want willpower as well? Yeah. Well, she already has 60. Perception might be better. Yeah, we'll go with perception. Bad. Oh, I think the one... It's the one that channels damage. Is it one? That. Oh, I know. I intend to. It's kind of like I have a like obviously streaming is not my job by any stretch of the imagination. I'd love if I could get there, but yeah, I've got a full-time job, so it's more just I want to take my time, and at the same time, I know that I want to actually make progress because I can't stream all day every day. If I could, then maybe I'd be willing to really go slow and go through everything, but I do want to make at least some progress. Like right now, I've probably got maybe another 45 minutes to an hour before I'm gonna have to get off. But at the very least, that'll get me through the early tutorial segment, and we can start on some stuff there. I swear there was a no, not that. Oh no, not that. I swear there was one. Is it pain channeling? Was an enemy with a psychic power dealing more damage than the target's wound, the excess damage dealt. Yeah, we'll go with that one. We'll go with that one. And then we'll get the range upgrade for her next. So that way she can stay in the back and heal. Ballistic skill. We want more ballistic skill. I want... Now, her, I do have at least some idea. I want to work her up to heavy weapons, which means... be on the lookout for that. I don't remember where exactly. Yeah, we want that heavy weapon proficiency at some point so she can start using a bolter. Got power armor. Penetration. Honestly, not worth that much. I'd much rather work on her accuracy. Accuracy is usually the thing that we have problems with. Not a bad one. Yeah, if I could plan out a build in its entirety, that would be an interesting idea. If you could just plug a build into this and it would just select the stuff as you level up, that wouldn't be that bad. at the same time, it is an RPG. Like, this is just kind of, if anyone who's played a tabletop RPG or an old school RPG, it's like leveling up and trying to figure out how you want to build something is almost half the fun. Okay, I'm going to assume that those are bots, given that they're repeating. Francis Cobra 258 and Yuzu Striker 1. All right, well, you guys are bots. Oh well. If you're not, thanks for checking in. Race trajectory. Oh, that could be good. No, we don't want point blank. He's not going to be doing point blank for the most part. Rack and Ruin could be good, though. We're going to be wanting to hit large groups of enemies with reverse fire. Yeah, we'll go with that one. I don't think there's anything else.
I always keep my options open.
Talk to. Right. Oh?
Let's not waste time with pleasantries.
Oh, bridge up.
The air is dead.
There we
Rover,
go.
Master Helmsman, systems status report.
By the Emperor, it's the Seneschal, living and breathing. Oh, well, there's a tricky question. The old place is so overgrown with foul wickedry, we'll be scrubbing it off the vid screens for throne knows how long.
We need to re-establish contact with the Navigator's Sanctum. It's our only chance of escaping. Yeah, I don't remember him having voice lines the first time I played through this, so that's an interesting choice for that. To be fair, if I remember from his conversation you can have with him right after the tutorial, the man basically doesn't sleep, so him having a weird, like, tone and everything, the way he talks, I'm honestly not surprised. I just wouldn't exactly... I wouldn't pick that specific way that they had it for him. But as I said, I do get why they gave him at least somewhat of a weird voice. Like, the guy basically doesn't sleep and basically runs on having a electrical probe jammed into his brain so that he doesn't have to sleep, but it's still a pain in the ass for him. So I'm not surprised. Your words seem to knock the officers out of their stupor. The air around you fills with the voices and commands being issued. You hear someone sobbing, one of the survivors buckling under the stress. Abelard cuffs the crying officer without even looking.
Restore the Vox channel to the Navigator's Sanctum. Ready the crew. Prepare for translation to real space. You may call me superstitious, but translation is not a good time to disregard rules. You are the only one who speaks for House von Valancius. You may not be the Lord Captain, but you, more than anyone else, deserve to take her place in the ritual that is about to commence.
Plus, a lot of the Imperial officers already have a very posh British accent. Like, I mean, Abelard, most of the other officers you encounter. Having yet another one would just, I mean, it wouldn't be hard to do, but it would be a little disappointing that they didn't at least try to get a different voice. How the hell did you people survive in here?
Must have been Providence. It better have been the Emperor's, not someone else's. When they barged in here, the ones with the Master of Whispers, some officers charged them, but it wasn't even a fight. I grabbed whoever I could and dragged them behind the cogitators. Then, I prayed for our rescue.
I suppose the main thing is he just sounds younger than he looks, but that also might be a case where he looks a lot older than he actually is, precisely because of all the shit that's been jammed into his brain. As I said, it's just a weird choice. What must I do?
Take the Lord Captain's seat. Order the final preparations. Wait for the officers to report. Oh, blast it all to the void! Translation is a craft, not something that can be explained in a tick. Just go up to the throne, Master. These people are about to do the impossible. The least they deserve is the solace of seeing a figure sitting in the usual spot. Oh, please, hurry. Every second we waste is a terrible risk.
Begin the ritual. I do love that they literally have the captain's chair on a bloody platform that can turn around on its own. Yes. The image before you is hazy, swaying in sorcerous currents invisible to the mortal eye, as if whatever is beneath this thin shell of constantly changing while remaining the same. It has taken the guise of Theodora, but the false rogue creator's eyes reveal the entity's true, surreal nature. One of Theodora's eyes is engulfed in otherworldly fire, the other a vessel of ancient evil bores into it. A voice seeps directly into your brain without ever reaching your ears, and this voice booms with all the horrors of the war.
Who are you to oppose destiny itself for the sake of lives that are not your own? So many threads stretch between you and other creatures of your world. Pitiful, worthless links, ready to shatter at the slightest touch. A muddled, erratic, pointless tangle.
I mean, especially when you're in the warp, it's not a good thing to do, since opening even the frickin' windows can cause people to go insane. Oh, I just want to look out at the pretty warp lights. Oh, and now there's a demon in my brain. It resonates and merges with the voices that have already dug their foul roots into your consciousness. A moment later, you realize that all these voices are the myriad manifestations of the same call that has finally invaded your mind. You are to blame for Theodora's death.
I am the beginning and the end, and all that courses in between. I am the voice of the truth that is destined to triumph. For this triumph is the terminal point of every twisted maze of fate.
The aspirant vowed to return with a trophy. A relic that could serve the edge of daybreak. That fate was assured, and the steps chosen. And yet, you broke the unbreakable when you took the aspirant's place. I see you. On the day when the final dawn rises over the Iron World, I see you by my side on that day. The day of my resurrection.
Your image is woven into the tapestry of things to come. I am the will of the weaver of destinies, and today I will weave a new thread of elusive possibilities and fickle chances. The thread that will lead you out of the maw of irreversibility. The thread that will help you find the keys to salvation. The thread that will guide you, and the weapon of our return to me.
The path is set, child of the dawn. The thread is woven. Follow it, servant of mine.
The copy of him has black hair rather than his actual gray hair. Small little details like that.
Seneschal, the Navigator's sanctum is silent. The Vox signal is stable, which means...
Oh, it absolutely is. That's sort of the fundamental underlying cornerstone of 40K, which is, it's not even all the horrible things that the various sentient species, including humanity, does to one another. It's the fact that the very existence of the Chaos Gods at all means that there is literal, as even the World Eater, or not World Eaters, the Word Bearers have pointed out, God exists, and he hates us. Like, we don't have a concept for that in the modern world. We don't have a concept for that in most, like, religious thought. Like, the idea that there is a creator deity or a quasi-omniscient deity, and it wants to cause you pain and suffering for a laugh. The Old Ones and the Necrons War in Heaven really fucked everything up.
The Navigator gave his life battling the storm that nearly claimed the Von Valancius flagship. We will honor his memory, along with that of all who died this day.
Seneschal, we could tell us now. Who is that? Where's the Lord Captain?
Yeah, about that, buddy.
As First Officer, it is my duty to inform you, with the greatest regret and indelible sorrow, that Lord Captain Theodora von Valancius is dead. May her memory never fade from the annals of the dynasty. By right of blood succession, and with the absence of other kin who could challenge this decision.
I do like that they give you that option. Your character's still like, no, I don't want this. I don't want to deal with it. Oh, no, too bad, buddy. Rogue Trader time.
It is hereby declared that the successor to Theodora von Valancius is her heir, the rightful inheritor of the Warrant of Trade, and the title of Rogue Trader. The official ascension ceremony will be held at a later time. In the interim, have you lost your tongues? Hail your lord. It is because of his toils that we all still live.
I do still love that the guy who in any other setting would be the most hidebound, like monarchical authoritarian is actually one of the nicer and better guys that you run into in the Imperium. Just because he isn't a total asshat who's killing people for no reason.
The deed is done, Master. My apologies. I meant to say Lord Captain.
I like that. I also think these cutscenes are a nice touch. I haven't seen too many of them. It's a good choice.
Fruitless, but victory came at a great cost. Lord Captain Theodora von Valancius perished along with her heir, Edelthrad, and thousands of crew members. Yet hope remained, for the second in line to the Rogue Trader dynasty survived, and through the strength of his resolve, saved those who were counting on him for protection.
I've never understood people like this little tip here about getting other NPCs. I've never understood why people would want to get rid of the companion. I mean, I know why some people do, because they get obsessed about super optimized characters to run the hardest settings, and you can't really do that with the starting NPC companion. I'm assuming you mean the announcement of when your character gets formally inducted as a Rogue Trader. As I said, don't reveal anything. Please don't spoil. Please don't spoil. But I imagine that it is. I can't wait to get to the actual official coronation ceremony later in the game. I mean, there's a 50-50 chance immediately that something goes horribly wrong and things start exploding, but that's just par for the course for 40k. Deep shadows of weariness can be seen on Abelard's face. The old officer's eyes are keen. They rake over you from head to toe. He frowns, mutters something, then nods to himself. Well then, your lordship. You cannot help but notice that the Seneschal does not know how to talk to you or where to begin. His hesitation brings an involuntary smirk to your face, as though someone else entirely is gloating at the old officer's confusion. There. Seeing your smile, Abelard pulls himself together. You must now hold your first officer's briefing in your new role as Lord Captain. For many of those who are about to join us on the bridge, this will also be their first briefing. We sustained massive losses during the senior and middle, among the senior and middle ranking officers. Some posts have had to be filled by the deputies, while others have gone unfilled entirely, and now the deck clans are deciding who will take over their leaderless crews. I'm not really going to try to accurately emulate what the voice actor sounds like, because I do not have that range in me at all. How did we come to lose so many officers? It appears the heretics were deliberately targeting the vessel's command. They knew exactly whom they were looking for and where they could be found, which is unsurprising given that their informant on board was our own Master of Whisper. What exactly is the agenda for the meeting? Reports on the condition of the ship and crew. Lord Captain is not usually drawn away from her important affairs to attend some routine briefings, but this is a unique situation. I am still receiving updates from across the ship. They are not encouraging. Getting this bird to fly could take a gargantuan effort, even so far as you personally negotiating with the authorities of the system would currently in. So prepare to hear a bevy of complaints and excuses, your lord. Take this opportunity to get a good look at the officers who work 6 decks away from the bridge, and they in turn will have the honor of beholding the visage of their lord. I don't suppose we've succeeded in tracking down Voidford. Abelard grits his teeth. No, Lord Captain. In all the commotion, his trail went cold. Other people are still on the hunt for him, and any mutineers who may still be skulking in the ship's many corridors. But frankly, I would not be surprised to hear that we are now one shuttle short. I'm afraid that it will be some time before he answers for what he has wrought. Still find it funny they give you these options. I don't want to be rogue trader. I don't want it. I don't want it. No, we want it. My character's a psyker. There's literally no better life he could be having in the Imperium than serving as a rogue trader. I'm ready to start the briefing. Summon the officers. With a gesture, Abelard relays the orders to the adjutant at the far end of the bank. And actually, since I've still got you here, Diamond, is the audio good? Because it's really hard to gauge when I don't have somebody in chat to talk to make sure that the audio on both the game and my voice level is okay. So I hope it's doing all right. If anything's too loud, please let me know. A dozen pair of eyes bore into it, the expressions revealing restraint, joy, curiosity, and wariness. Attention, officers! You have been granted an honor. Lord Captain Savani de Ferenzi von Valence. Oh, good. Audio's good. Thank you. Will personally conduct today's briefing. Our most gracious Lord Captain is ready to hear your report. Yeah, I keep OBS up so I know like the actual numbers on it. I just wanted to make sure it was still sounding good. And I do know I peak the mic occasionally. I still need to adjust a few settings on that to make sure it's better. But it has gotten better over time. You should see my first Elden Ring stream I did about 2 months ago. The audio in that was absolutely abysmal. Perhaps you would introduce those present, Abelard. As you wish, your lordship. Abelard points to a tall, slender woman whose body seems to contain as many implants as it does flesh. Vigdis Suri Otta of the Toloman line, our new Vox Master. Pretty sure this is a woman. Not really sure how I can do a voice for that, but there are also mechanical, so. It is an honor to serve your lordship. Aboard this vessel you have at your command thousands of crew members and hundreds of officers and section staff. I am responsible for receiving, processing, and sending all communications between you and them, as well as external forces. I am your eyes and mouth, Lord Captain. Beside her is Ravor, the master helmsman. He steers our ship along the course set by the Lord Captain and monitors the void around us to ensure that we do not stray into an asteroid field or a pirate craft. The bearded man with a pale, almost transparent skin and large dark circles under his eyes and a dour expression that seems hardwired into his face gives a sullen nod. Hail, Lord Captain. This here ship's as good as home to me. This ship as good as home to me. So rest assured she's in safe hands. I'll die before I let her come to any grief. And lastly, our high factotum, Janrus Danrock, who oversees supplies, procurement, and the general material well-being of the ship. And this fat bastard who looks like Gaston from the live-action Beauty and the Beast remakes' ugly cousin. But I do love the artwork for him, because that is so Imperial Noble it hurts. The only thing that's a more Imperial Noble is the actual character portrait you can select that's the fat guy. Like, it's just so fitting. Dressed in an embroidered jacket, the heavy set man with oiled hair offers an obsequious smile and bows. It is an honor, your lordship. You may trust me with all matters concerning your comfort. Everything will be done to the highest standard. In the second row, we have the 3 officers charged with overseeing the ship's vital functions. The Master of Ordnance is responsible for the artillery aboard, the Infernus Master, whose crews work to prevent and extinguish flames on the ship, and lastly, the Drive Master, servant of the Omnicide. The 3 officers salute, the Infernus Master with confidence, the Master of Ordnance with nervousness, and the Drive Master offers a salute resembling a dance, involving the complicated manipulation of Tech-Priest Mechadendrites. Thank you, Abelard. Or no. Yeah, we'll go with Abelard. Unfortunately, our choir master, the esteemed Zachary Wise, head of the astropathic section, is unable to join us. He is in charge of communications with distant star systems. Master Wise has been in a trance for some time now, attempting to contact the other planet in the Von Valencia's protectorate and inform them of Lady Theodora's passing and Conrad Voigtvir's treachery. I will deliver a report to your lordship on the astropathic progress as soon as it's possible. It is equally regrettable that the two more individuals worthy of mention could not come to brief. The Master-at-Arms and revered Aldebert. The eminent Aldebert, ship confessor, must see to the funeral services being held with fallen officers, and of whom there are too many for the Reverend to take leave from the chapel, and Mistress Sarback, who has replaced her late predecessor as our Master-at-Arms, is currently helming the search for any agents of Voigtvir who may have survived. I do not remember either of these characters being mentioned the first time I played this, so this must have been something they added in a later patch. All others present are adjutants, secretaries, and deputies, here to make a record of the proceedings. Start with the Infernus. Yes, Lord Captain. The tall young man bows his head in deference. I can report that all fires across all decks have been extinguished. The preliminary damage assessment in terms of material losses and crew casualties has been completed, and the results have been submitted to the Seneschal and the High Factotum. The post passed to him after the previous Infernus Master and his next 3 deputies expired in the line of duty. Abelard remarks in a low voice pitch for your ears only. The lad is managing well so far. He can take the heat, so to speak. High Factotum, what do you have to report? We are toiling day and night to compile a full account of the losses. The task will require next to no involvement of the Lordship. I will personally ensure that all damaged components are given into the Techpriest's hands for attention, and that all lost supplies are replaced. There is only one resource that I cannot replenish single-handedly. Haha, very funny. And that is people. We have lost more than 2,000 crew members, and unfortunately this number is not confined to the scum of the lower decks, which are easily replaced, but includes trained professionals. We will be able to make up our losses on the nearest planet, Rykard Minoris. However, the planet, the whole system in fact, belongs to the Winterscale Rogue Trader dynasty. We cannot simply begin recruiting on the planet without first committing to an understanding with the governor. In that respect, I am powerless, for negotiations at this level are a matter for the Rogue Trader. This is especially true given that Caligos Winterscale's penchant for attacking first and asking questions later, and the kind of thick-skulled thugs he usually installs as governors on his planets, grumbles Abelard frowning. Drive Master, we'll hear from you now. A voice, distorted by a Vox retranslator, emerges from under the Tech Priest's scarlet hood. Oh, let me see if I can do a good Mechanicus voice. Lord Captain, the foes that are set upon this noble voyage ship destroy the repositories of hundreds of machine spirits. The great engine entrusted into my charge is unharmed thanks to the Omnissiah, but its spirit mourns its dead brethren. We have not yet identified a prayer protocol capable of assuaging sorrow and anger. With great sorrow, I must also report that the Engineer Prime, overseer and spiritual authority of all the priests on board, fell in battle. The Magos was betrayed by the little flesh that remained part of him, a most terrible loss. There is no one among my comrades aboard whose experience and comprehension of the sacred protocols equals that of the fallen Magos. We require a replacement as soon as possible. The advantage of actually knowing 40k means I don't actually have to ask for a translation on this. I understood pretty much everything that they said. I see, thank you. The Tech Priest bows her head. Master Helmsman, your status report. Right, you are Captain? Lord Captain. To cut a long story short, the outlook's bleak. The ship's sound more or less, but without our Engineer Prime and Navigator who fell in battle, we've no way out of the system. We tried to set so much as a toe inside the warp. I don't know what'll happen first. Our warp drive being pulled to pieces or all of us melting into the bulkheads. Your Lordship, if you will allow me to interject, when we arrived in this system, my crew followed standard protocols and conducted a count of all available communication channels in the region, one of which was a Navis Nobili station. The station maintains complete Vox silence, but even its presence inspires hope. To have located a navigator in the very same system is an incredible stroke of luck, a true blessing from the God Emperor. A sharp bolt of pain lances through your skull as if in response to what you just heard. You understand that it is not the God Emperor you should thank for such good fortune. The words of the demon that appeared before you during the translation real space echo in your mind. I am the will of the Weaver of Destiny. Today I will weave a new thread of elusive abilities and equal chances. The thread that will lead you out of the maw of irreversibility. The thread that will help you find the keys to salvation. If I were you, I'd grab this chance with both hands, or else you'll soon be eyeing up asteroids to use as a new resident. In slightly less shitty news, we can go round and round this system till our heads are swimming, as long as the Prometheum supplies them. And if any thick as grok shit lowlives come sniffing around, we'll be able to take them out, but don't worry on that score. Master of Ordnance, what do you have? My job's simple. Maintain the arsenal and fire where I'm told. Just ask anyone. We've got no able crew, no Lord Captain. Master of Ordnance, you forget yourself. So what? Comes the officer's hostile and bitter reply. It's as if a dam has burst inside and all of his pentacle emotions are rushing out of him. Oh, thank you. Still getting used to talking for this length of period. But I'm at least trying. And in a game like this, it helps to have at least a little bit of ability to speak properly. Even if I stumble over my words every now and then. The ship's in ruins, every second officer's dead, and now we've got a green Lord Captain who was supposed to lead into void knows where. Silence! The bridge's magnificent glass panes seem to tremble under the force of Abelard's roar. Enforcers, seize the mutineer! If only one officer out of the whole lot has fallen to pieces, that is not so bad. Your Lordship, I do humbly apologize on behalf of the entire crew. What would you have us do with the Master of Ordnance? The former Master of Ordnance, I should say. Besides, find a replacement. That is, but we already have one lined up. We'll go full Iconoclast for right now. There are a few dogmatic decisions that I know will fit better, but for right now, we don't need to be killing off the only crew that we still have left. Stand down and release him. I have no intention of punishing a man. Punishing a man for a moment of weakness, not after the terrible attack. Well, if it's well written, it's honestly good to read, and that's a good sign. I think Alcat has gotten better. They had a few hiccups back when they did Pathfinder Kingmaker that was just some parts that were just a little wordy and not very good. Wrath of the Righteous was better, and I think this one, I think it helps that they moved from a fantasy setting to a sci-fi setting. I think overall their writers just do a little bit better with the fantasy, with the science fiction style of things. Though it'll be interesting because I think they're planning on doing another Pathfinder one at some point, and it's going to be set in like the part of Galarian that has like a weird alien tech presence. So maybe they'll get a bit more mileage out of their writing in that style that they got from this by doing that part of the Pathfinder setting instead. But yeah, in any good CRPG, as long as the writing's decent, you're going to enjoy reading it because it really is playing out like a good novel in front of you. Abelard stares unblinking at the Master of Ordnance. Cease your sniveling. You disgrace yourself and your entire clan. Enough. The hysterics are over. We resume. The Master of Ordnance stands, wiping the blood from his broken nose. His face is the picture of shock. What just happened seemed to be dawning on him only now, and the knowledge of the fate so narrowly escaped. So to summarize, we have sustained serious losses in crew members. We require a new Agency of Prime and Navigator. Is this all that is preventing us from continuing the voyage? Precisely, Lord. But bear in mind that this will not be the end of our trials. The ship systems must be properly inspected for major damage. It can only be carried out at the Footfall station, home to the only dockyard in the sector. But we will never reach Footfall without first solving these three immediate problems. And what can you tell me of the system we currently find ourselves in? I cede to the Voxmaster on this point, Mistress Tolliman. We are in the Rykad star system, and our voyages here was undertaken by the orders of your lordship's predecessor. There are 3 inhabited bodies in the system, and our attempts to send Vox messages have produced confounding results. The Navis Nebulite Station has not simply failed to answer. It seems to be maintaining Vox silent. However, we did receive a distress signal from the prison planetoid of the system, and Rykad Minoris itself is also not responding to our hails. But what is most alarming is that our augurs have intercepted signals from the surface that seem to indicate ongoing hostilities. The situation is not encouraging. Without a navigator, a tech priest, and new crew, we won't be able to travel anywhere. Therefore, we must go to the planet and the Navis Nebulite Station and find out what in the void is going on. Thank you for your reports. You are all dismissed. The assembly officers salute you as well. Your lordship, there is one other. A confidential matter of the upper report. Lady Theodora, Abelard is your eternally esteemed predecessor, brought the ship to this for a reason. She was given a secret mission. You perhaps are wondering who has the authority to commission a rogue trader. To any of you, I'll tell you. The Lord Inquisitor, the hand of the Emperor, chief architect of his will within the Coronis Expanse. I came across a strange handwritten letter on Theodora's desk, signed XC. You were referring to the contents of the note, I think. Yes, quite right. XC. Xavier Alpizar. That is a name that is right up there with Goj Van Dyer for I want to be far away from this man at all times. Lady Theodora was to seek out Lord Inquisitor's right-hand man, one Heinrich von Kallax, an interrogator. So, all I know is that he is somewhere in the system. That we must find him and offer him whatever assistance he requires, and then deliver him to Footfall in the Foot system. Finding him without any more information to go on will be difficult indeed, but an Inquisitor is an important duty. The authorities in the system, either the Navus Nobilite or the Governor of Reichard Minoris, may know something. That is all of it. You have a great deal of work ahead of you, but as a mere taste of the daily burden of your trader, soon you must take the reins of the Von Valencia's protection. Abelard gives you another scrutinizing look as if trying to gauge how long you will hold out with the mountain of problems. His face softens slightly. It seems he is about to offer some words of encouragement. Oh boy, it's our resident fanatics. Adira, Sister Argenta, explain yourselves. The Sister of Battle grimly nods toward you. The Psyker is suffering some ailment or dark madness. She insisted on seeing the rogue traitor. I judged it would be unwise to leave her unsupervised. For a brief moment, Argenta's voice sounds hesitant. I will also hoping to approach you with a personal request. Particularly, speak with me when you have time. Adira's glazed eyes roll over those assembled, and one word bursts from her lip. Daybreak. Adira, come to your senses. Damn it! Your lordship. Oh, sorry. Adira presses her fingers to her temples in desperation. Your lordship, here's the thing. I was trying to see the immediate future, and it hit me so hard, my head is to spin. Something very strange is heading our way. I can really not do an Adira voice. God. Is heading our way, and I can't make out what it is, no matter how hard I try. A single word is all I can make. Daybreak. Or maybe dawn. It's ringing and ringing like an echo, like a bell. But if it's daybreak, why is it so dark? Wow. I can kind of do Abelard. I can at least do a neutral tone for most of the other female characters. I cannot do Adira to save my life. God damn. We cannot extract any information about you in a single word. Tell us something else, Slots. No, not yet. Voices are all going berserk, shouting. I can't make sense of it. As soon as I know or sense anything, I'll report it. Right? Lord Captain, if you want to take a closer look for the future, find me on the bridge. Lady Theodora was well versed by my whispers on many occasions, and I'm sure you would benefit from it as well. The Psyker's bitten lips stretch, and her eyes smile. If there's nothing else of value to report, I declare this briefing concluded. Time to get to it. Oof. Definitely going to need to keep water on him while playing this. Ugh. Okay, I know I don't have too much longer that I can stream today, unfortunately. I know Argenta has a moment in here, so we're going to go ahead and clear that first. Sister Argenta. Sorry, that's something popped up on OBS. God, I hate having to rely on my peripheral vision to check OBS to make sure everything's still working is occasionally freaking me out. Sister Argenta looks tired. There are dark circles under her eyes. Her hair is somewhat disheveled, and she moves like a little on edge. Rogue Trader, you said you have a personal request.
I indeed have a request, Rogue Trader.
Thank you for saving me from having to read everything. Never mind. The accursed servants of chaos who assaulted this ship took the lives of your loyal crew, and they orphaned many children, including the progeny of the brave officers who defended their posts to the bitter end. I don't know what customary practices there are for cases like this in the Von Valencia's territory, but in the worlds I am familiar with, the children of such brave souls could expect to receive some special consideration. Perhaps the Rogue Trader can meet with the orphans. Funnily enough, this definitely sells that she came from an ecclesiastical world, because the Ecclesiarchy is pretty much the only group, for all their faults, that actually gives a damn about the young of the Imperium and actually seeing to it that they're raised, well, to become nice little fanatics for the God Emperor, of course, but, I mean, that's better than 80, the all the other Imperial organizations who don't give a shit or would just servitorize them. No, we're still gonna be nice. We're still gonna be nice. After all, we're a psyker. We've had enough shit done to us. I will meet with them. No formalities needed. These are the children of people who gave their lives for the Von Valencius dynasty. My consideration is the least. Oh, it says 3 viewers. So there's someone else in here. Well, hello to you. If you're sitting there keeping an eye on things, or if you want to talk in the chat, feel free. Not gonna have too much longer on this stream, unfortunately. Been going for 4 hours now, but we're gonna get a little bit more done before I do anything. I will pass on your instruction. Thank you for taking my request to heart. I think 3 is a new record for me, honestly. Wait. A motley group of adolescents do not take their eyes off you, gazing at you as if you were a creature straight from a fairy. Our indefatigable sister has been keeping an eye on these pups. Abelard glances at the cabin children. It is hardly the Schola Progenium in here. We have provided the orphans on our ship with adequate care and instruction. Well, I mean, you haven't sealed them into the walls for mouthing off or saying something you don't like, so it's already an improvement over the Schola Progenium. At least as far as not killing most of your pupils. Argenta is standing to the side of the group. At your approach, she perks up and announces, her voice ringing, "Brave ones! The master of this ship has appeared before you, the one who guides it through the darkness of the universe by the Emperor's will. Greet your Lord Captain, the rogue trader of House Von Valencius." Oh, that's a new scene. You notice Infernus Master Heinrich Montag standing a few paces away from the orphan. He watches you with approval, bows respectfully when you meet his gate. See, this is the other thing that I've noticed Owlcat does a lot of. They will add scenes back in that either had to get cut for time or other things like that. I love this shit. More world building, more side characters, more little bits and details and information. Always, always, always. I will never say no to stuff like that. So that the way you treat people before and how they act with the rest of the world. I love shit like this. More of this in every CRPG, please. Infernus Master, you serve as a teacher in your spell. Not at all, your lordship. I'm just looking out for you. It's the Infernus way to help folks in trouble. It's our job after all. So we chip in rations here and there to make sure nobody goes on a hard time. We take the older ones into the clan care if they want. Many in the guild are not our family by blood, but by circumstance. Nope, we are still fitting into the shoes of a rogue trader, so we're going to go for grand. We didn't need grand spectacle around us, but we will speak as a rogue trader. I, the rogue trader and lord captain of this ship, speak to you now. Your parents gave their lives for a just cause and brought honor to the Von Valencius banners and those of the Imperium. I am proud of them, and I believe that you will become their worthy heirs. The teenagers hang on your every word with bated breath. Only a few at the far end of the row seem sullen, not particularly impressed by your speech. One of the scowling visitors, with a thin scar across his face, tosses his head back and says bitterly, "So what? Why should we care? Our friends and our parents died in the dozens for you, noble lot, and you just give us speeches." Argenta quickly turns to the boy. A flurry of emotions flashes in her dark eyes, like she both wants to calm him and scold him for his impudence. If you have a thing to say, say it without fear. I will listen. It doesn't matter what we say. It won't bring back our parents. It won't change our fates. We'll keep slaving away on this ship till we drop and die like our folks or worse. It's an interesting option that was definitely not there in previous ones, but we're not there yet. I do like that we have 2 different options that still fit the iconoclasm mold. We can go for more of a practical mindset. No war can be won without losses. you can only strive to do as in your power, which is still iconoclast, but still kind of leans more on the pragmatic side. Or we can take a full-blown iconoclast, but like glory. It's the Imperium's usual thing of sacrifice for the greater good, but you're actually addressing them individually. You're not just treating them as some far-off thing. Like, you were there. You saw the people being killed. You understand the laws. I understand your grief, your dismay. Your parents died. It is not an easy thing to go through, but they gave their lives for the truth, for the good of the whole ship, for the Imperium. Do not speak of their honorable fate with anger and disdain. You have heard the rogue traitor. His words carry the wisdom of the Imperium. It's hard to say whether or not your words have left an impression on the boy, but he nods slowly. Then he catches himself. Gives you an awkward bow. Still don't know if there's any outcome to this. 50-50 chance he actually shapes up and we see him later and he's good, or 50-50 chance that he becomes a heretic and tries to kill us. We'll find out later. Abelard gives a sign, and the servants immediately emerge carrying packaged treats with Von Valentius emblazoned on the wrappers. It appears that the Seneschal came prepared for any contingency. I find it absolutely hilarious that this implies that there is either a mass-produced confectionery shop or a specialist confectionery shop on one of the Von Valentius planets that specifically makes treats, chocolates, and stuff like that with the Von Valentius emblem emblazoned on its wrappers, and that is their only reason for existence because they are essentially a state-owned candy monopoly. Oh, Imperium nobility never change. Never change. You do such stupid shit for no goddamn reason. We can't just buy candy. No, 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 no. We have to get specially made candy with our emblem emblazoned. Exactly. It wouldn't be 40k, Diamond. It wouldn't be 40k. But it's still so fucking stupid. I can just imagine my character, who's a psyker. He's a former member of the Astra Militarum psyker units, just looking at this like, huh. So this is what the nobility do with their spare time. Fuck. Admittedly, that also means that there's like a confectioner out there who is living a very, very good life by the standards of the Imperium, just making chocolates for the Von Valentius dynasty. So you know what? That guy's at least having a decent life. He's literally being paid by nobility to make emblazoned wrappers for candy. And he's probably living a better life than 95% of the rest of the Imperium. Chocolatas Imperiales, yes. I wish I knew some more faux Latin that I could come up with something like that. Ave Desertas Gloria in Excelsis Chocolatas. I don't know, something. They would come up with a stupid name for it, I can tell. I don't actually know what Latin word you would use for, like, candy. That's something I might have to look up. That'd be kind of funny. Because the Romans wouldn't know it. Latin wouldn't have a word for chocolate, because that wasn't discovered by anyone in the Eastern Hemisphere before the arrival of in the New World. At least I don't think. Or is chocolate native to sub-Saharan Africa? I don't remember, but it doesn't sound like something that they'd have any interest, any knowledge of. Argenta rubs her temples pensively. She smiles and offers a few more words of encouragement and leaves the bay. Yeah, that's the fun part. Yeah, making up faux Latin can be really funny, as Games Workshop has proved repeatedly over the years whenever they write High Gothic in most of their books and games. And the codexes. I'm pretty sure none of this really changes anything right now. I do think there's some loot up in the Lord Captain's quarters that I want to go grab real fast. Majestic portrait painted by a skilled artist greets guests who have been granted permission to enter the Lord Captain's. tome contains schematics of the flagship of the House von Valencius, in addition to a plethora of notes, copies, and reports of the documents. Coat of arms of House von Valencius is crowned with the text of the Oath of Rogue Traders, the Emperor's faithful servant. Enemy. Good. Also looks very nice on the character. I hate that headpiece though. I would prefer this one. Go helmet off. There we go. Hey, Beyblade XL. Thank you for following me and for being the one who put us over our very first goal. Very first goal. I now have 10 followers. Welcome. Welcome. Yes. Okay. We turned off the helmet. We got that on. That's 5. What else have we got? Positions of the pieces on the board suggest the game of Regicide was interrupted. Winner never. I almost feel like they shouldn't do this, though. Like, we'll be lurking. Enjoy the game. Thanks. Thank you, Beyblade. I don't know how much longer I'm going to be on today. We've been going for 4 hours right now. I'm just kind of finishing up some stuff on the ship, and we'll probably head to the navigator spot that's in the first system that I know we have to go to before I get off. But thank you. Thank you for lurking. Oh, and by the way, to both you and Diamond who are in the chat, I do upload all of these to Sovani_VT on YouTube as well. So if you want to check anything that you've missed, I try to get those VODs up usually within 24 hours after I finish streaming on here. I don't do video editing or anything like that, so it's just going to be a raw upload straight from Twitch. If you see my channel, the Elden Ring stuff is the very early streaming stuff, and there's a lot of audio issues in some of those early ones, just in case you check those out. But yeah, I am enjoying the game. I do love what Owlbear has been doing. Yes, welcome to the Imperium. But as I was saying, like, I would rather this wall be completely blank and it add trophies as the game went on, because you can't do this in an RPG. You don't be putting stuff on the walls, or even have something here, like it's saying the glinting of the displayed weapons is mesmerizing. You've never seen many of these articles before. It should have a note here where it's like, oh, they're not real, or something like that. Don't be putting a thunder hammer on the wall and then telling me that my rogue trader ass can't take the thunder hammer off the wall and use it. Don't do that. I get that it looks cool. Don't do that, because all I'm wondering now is, why can't I take that heavy bolter and give it to Argenta now? The fine sculpture made from a strange metal seems to absorb any rays of light that fall. Liturgies of the faithful to his word and name. The text below this solemn heading looks noticeably faded. It appears that the prayer book has been kept open on this page for a very long time. And that description has always set off alarm bells for me, because, well, we already know rogue traders are a bit weird, and Lord knows the previous Lord Captain seemed a bit off. Oh, we already read that one the last time we came through here. Do that again. We read that one, I know. Yes, the opulence of having a literal swimming pool / bathing area in a starship. The water's calming murmurs and the warm steam feel inexplicably deceptive. A moment of weakness and rest promises nothing but danger. The long dead eyes of the fierce monster forever capture the fear and pain of its final moments. Huh. I wonder if that's actually something I recognize from the lore anyway. Oh, I can't really see it very well. Doesn't look like anything I recognize. We'll find out later, I'm sure. What else we got? Ah, yes. Pull that up. Final transactions with the Chartist are complete. Fire Reckoning is now fully equipped. The object has been loaded aboard with its containment intact and placed in the 4-bay to ensure maximum contact with the target. Coordinates sent received by the bridge. Target estimate time of arrival in the system. Fire Reckoning is crewed by a servitor hive. Chances of returning are minimal. Interesting. Unfinished letter. His chagrin is irrelevant. Voigtvir's mistakes cost me too much. Years of work, tremendous resources, all wasted. He has failed at what he was supposed to be. Irreproachable act. Uncovering spies, and this one was a senior officer. I'm not about to discard him. I'm not going to lie. Diamond, you said you think of Conrad. I can't help, given this guy's actions in the very first hour of the game, but thinking that it's saying Cuntrag. I'm not even going to lie. Conrad has served me for too long for his removal to go painlessly for the Protectorate. Besides, he is no fool. Could not have seriously expected to become the next in the Von Valencius line when his skills and talents as Master of Whispers are so valuable. Let his disinheritance serve as a humiliating but instructive lesson for which he may yet learn. Well, about that, yeah. Beyond the stained glass, the distant stars glimmer in the darkness of the endless void, endless space, filling you with an odd sense of dread. As it should. Space is scary as hell. It's also cool as hell. Check the organ. I know that. That over here. Bookshelves are packed with ancient books, piles of papers and tomes, many of which are rather. Also have a good shotgun, good auto pistol, and a good sword. Now, if I remember correctly, yes, it does not have cleave, and it only has an advantage in armor penetration. But it does give plus 15% damage to whatever target. Still probably not worth it. The shotgun, on the other hand, blasting everything back by 3 paces when they get close is a nice touch. We'll keep the lasgun on him. Keep the lasgun on her, because she's still good with that, but we've got the bolter for heavy. We will go ahead and give you that. And nope, the axe is still better. Slightly lower damage, but better armor penetration, and it has different options. I don't think we picked up anything else. For each enemy, no, he's already got one. She does not. So we'll throw that for her. Go ahead and throw an extra. Also means we don't need the auto guns. Add that to cargo. Speaking of the clock, quiet. That's the backers list or whatever from when they did the shotguns in space. Well, I mean, it's always made some sense on the ships. You don't want a weapon that can punch through the hull, and shotguns are pretty much going to be the best example of that. I mean, hell, in the opening fight during the tutorial, what is it? Mort, the personal bodyguard of the previous captain, is using a melt-a-gun. I mean, yeah, I can't deny it's effective, but I'd be really scared. Oh, let me go peek in my mic again. God damn it. I'd be really scared shitless of a guy using a melt-a-gun next to me while we're sitting in a starship. Because that's one of the few weapons that it's not just capable of cutting through the hull, it's designed to cut through the hull. I mean, hell, even the Space Marines use shotguns when they're boarding things and stuff like that, if it's the scouts or anything, or if it's any kind of lighter force for them. And the Imperial Guard use it as well for their, not the Imperial Guard, the Naval Armsmen use shotguns pretty exclusively. I think that even their models on the tabletop have a variant that they can be equipped entirely with shotgun. If there's anything else I need to... we'll go ahead and take care of it. I don't think there's any... No, there's no goods or any loot. Well, yeah, but not every... To be fair, they are space fortresses, but the last thing you want... Well, also... I mean, the room that we were just in had glass windows. I wouldn't exactly want to be firing a melt-a-gun against glass, no matter how void-proof or void-resistant that glass is supposed to be. Elsewhere in the ship, maybe you're fine. Maybe when you're really deep inside of the ship, it's no problem. You're probably correct. It probably isn't a problem at all. But if I'm anywhere near the outer hull, especially if you're a low-ranking crew member, I wouldn't want to be anywhere near the guy holding a melt-a-gun. No, thank you. Yeah, I guess we'll get the dialogue out of the way for all of them. The tall, middle-aged woman stares straight ahead, her eyes vacant, rubs the implement at her temple. Her collar is undone, and one of the clasps on the verge of falling. Sensing your presence here, turns her head towards you and offers you a crooked smile, even as her eyes look right. Adira, about your abilities.
What are you talking about, Lord Captain?
Okay, so you're a Psyker. Psykers have been granted the right to live with the Emperor's blessing. Have you been to Terra?
Look, Lady Theodora couldn't care less if some eggheads measured my brains or not. It's not about the seal on your forehead, get it? It's about what's in your gut, if it's rotten or not. My gut's stronger than the adamantine on this here ship. And my implants are better than the ones they put in you on your Terra. If they weren't, I wouldn't have lived as long as I have.
See, I actually really like Adira's point here, just because of how horribly wrong it is. Like, she isn't fully wrong. Wisdom, or not wisdom, willpower is a defining factor for a Psyker. Like, you can be as weak as you are, but if you don't have the willpower to restrain even your lowest level abilities, it still gives a demon an in to crawl into your skull and cause you to explode. She's not wrong, but she's also operating like this universe is in any way fair, and it's not. Couldn't care less if some eggheads measured my brains or not. It's not about the seal on your forehead. Actually, it kind of is. That's the problem. So where do you come from?
Lyra, an outlying world in the Heathen Stars region. In the Coronis Expanse, the deeper you go, the less visible the Astronomicon gets, and the less people know about the Imperium. The arrival of a rogue trader is the best thing that can happen to a world like that. The very best.
Why don't you tell me about Lyra?
It's an out-of-the-way planetoid between two faint stars. On Lyra, a dozen local tyrants fight over 5 measly continents. But they use everything they can to win, from poison to Psykers. I haven't been there in many years, but there's nothing for me to miss. Trust me.
Hey, we're up to 5 viewers. I'm pretty sure that's a brand new height for me. Welcome, everybody. Welcome. We're just going through Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader by Owlcat Games. Right now, we're just doing a lot of talking on the bridge right now because we've got a lot of dialogue options to go through.
But here on the ship is a different story altogether. I saw more wonders in my first year serving Lady von Valancius than I'd seen in my whole life on Lyra. Like my first journey through the warp, I was in bed for 3 days. I felt like supernovas were exploding in my head. I only found out later that I'd gotten off easy. Just through the bulkhead in the bay next to mine, a whole team turned into... Look at me rambling on, Lord Captain. Pay no attention.
Pretty sure she doesn't tell us about this. You never finished your story about the first time crossing the warp.
It wasn't like it was a very fun trip, Lord Captain. But look, if you want to be entertained, I'm the woman for the job. I'll entertain you with one of the stories from my collection, no problem. But if you want to hear about the time I melted everyone in the bay next door, well, I just don't really want to go into the details on that one, all right?
Fair. My Psyker's a pyromancer. Lord knows what happened the first time he went through thing on a black ship. What did you do before you came to be on the ship?
Oh, I embroidered wall hangings in honor of our national heroes. I did the same thing I do here, Lord Captain. Divining. Our rulers prized the ability to see into the future. Every Psyker that could be found was worth a small fortune on Lyra.
I gotta give Adira's voice actor more credit here. She does the cackles, the wildly insane cackles, very well. Another reason I cannot do her voice when I have to try and voice the parts that aren't actually spoken.
There's no such thing as a peaceful life on Lyra. People like me were especially sought after. They'd pick Psykers up wherever they found them, buy kids off their parents, even just abduct them. Take me, for instance. I got taken from my street gang. The older kids sold me when they noticed there was something off about me. The ruling dynasties had schools where they trained us and beat us black and blue. And then they packed us off to serve. Some of us held on for a long time, but others didn't last. Not everyone's as smart and talented as me, you know. Some people crossed the line and were out of commission before their time.
Adira looks at you expectantly, then, as though clarifying, she uses her hands to indicate a head exploding and laughs. So, how did you end up in a rogue trader?
Theodora von Valancius paid a visit to the ruler I was serving at the time. I don't know what the visit was for, and it's no business of mine anyway. I can still remember the way the voices in my head changed when I looked at her. They were practically screaming. She had so much behind her, and plenty ahead of her too. As I gawped at her, all of a sudden I heard a whisper. A hint, a suggestion, nothing more. But I know the difference between idle chatter and a real threat. I seized my chance and approached Theodora. I managed to whisper a couple of words in her ear before the wardens dragged me away. They beat me and locked me up. No wonder. It wasn't my place to converse with outsiders. And then Theodora's people came for me. They broke down the wall, butchered the guards. Also, I could tell them my warning in full. So I said the rest, but I didn't want to go back to my old life. And so I entered the service of the von Valancius dynasty.
See. So have you ever been off of the ship?
A few times. Not many. And if I think about it, why would I want to? I've got everything I need here. All the whispers I hear are familiar ones. They almost feel like family. And if I want to hear about the nightmares off the ship, I can. After some Amasek. But don't go getting the wrong idea. If I have to, I'll follow you to the edge of the galaxy.
I always kind of found it funny how Amasek is basically any kind of alcohol that isn't beer. It's some kind of hard alcohol, but it can be literally anything from Vostroyans making their vodka equivalent to the Tanith making Sakra to wines found across the Imperium. But I suppose to be fair, it might just be that Amasek is the High Gothic word for essentially spirits or high, things with a high alcohol content. Wouldn't surprise me.
Of course, Lord Captain.
Things are strained between you and Argenta, isn't that right?
The little sister is afflicted with her own set of voices. Ones that whisper to her about corruption and heresy. The silly girl doesn't realize that if she wants to find the source, she needs to start by looking in her own head.
Did you know Theodora von Valancius well?
None of the officers knew the Lord Captain well. Not even Abelard, and she was always closer to him than anyone else. She told me from the off that if I ever listened to anything in the warp about her without her permission, I'd be going out through the airlock. I'm not an idiot, so I never stuck my nose where it didn't belong. Only when I was asked. It's hard to wrap my head around the fact that she's gone. Lady von Valancius gave me everything I have. She opened the stars to me and the paths between them. I still think I can hear her voice.
Yeah, don't listen to that. That's all I'm gonna say on that. Please don't. She probably is. I'm pretty sure she starts with fucking heretic points as well, so I am sure at some point we're going to have to deal with her. What's it like being a psyker?
You could ask yourself that question, Lord Captain? Every psyker feels their connection with the warp in their own way. One person might see spots and shadows out of the corner of their eye. Another feels fingers running down their spine. As for me, I've got a door in my head. One that's open just a crack. There's no way to close it, no matter how hard I try. I've just had to get used to the whispers from the other side. When I need to use it for work, I listen in more closely. But I usually just try not to notice it.
How do you live with this whispering in your head?
Training, habit, and a little Amasek and a couple other things you can get on the lower decks. If you put all those together, it makes things bearable. Sometimes I even wonder if I'm imagining half the voices I hear. You know, when life on board gets a little boring. Better than listening to the living, anyhow.
And what would happen if your door burst open, so to speak?
Well, if the door opens, that means somebody's planning to come in, right? But screw them. They're not coming through. Trust me. I know how to keep my valuable head locked up tight.
But aren't you afraid of losing control?
Only losers who are afraid of their own gift lose control. Or idiots who never figure out what they are before it's too late. Or little kids who want to play around with their shiny new toy. If you don't know the limits of your abilities, or you're always bouncing around in your own head, that's a recipe for disaster.
I love how she completely lacks the self-awareness that this describes her pretty damn well, even though she thinks it doesn't. Can you see my future?
All right. That's what I'm here for, after all. So, I'm just going to lean on that door in my head a little more, prick up my ears, and listen to what the Warp's got to say about you. If you'll allow it, I can listen right now. All right. Let's hear what they're whispering about you.
Dira laughs, rubs her hands together, and suddenly freezes with a vanquished smile on her face. Her head slightly tilted. You feel goosebumps appear on your skin. Your collar begins to waver ever so slightly, as if moved by a breeze half open the door.
Seek not on firm ground, but in a golden hall suspended in the void. There waits a child without kin, but with a name blind to truth. She draws the brush across the canvas and does not notice that her palette is full not of paint, but of blood. And with each smear, this well does not deplete, but fills and fills up to the brim. One thing is clear. When this vessel overflows, none will remain unstained. Among the blind men and false prophets, a red-robed sage seeks the answer to a question. He does not know that it is not the answer he must seek, but the question that will draw everything into focus. Will you help him, Rogue Trader? But mark that sometimes ignorance is sweeter than oblivion. A chained hound chases after glimmers of the aurora, but sparks in the scent of oil confound his nose. The chain trails after him. What will happen if you pick it up? Will you become his master, or merely another beast in the pack of his true lord? The glow of dawn bursts forth from its prison. Dungeon walls cannot contain the dark essence wallowing in the dust. A naive cub pushes his nose into a familiar hand, one that holds death in twisted glass. Cherish it or cast it off as a burden. The sword of change has already been raised. What is one more life to it? I'm sorry, Lord Captain. The voices are going wild. I can't make out a thing. I'll try to rein them in, somehow. But for now...
If I go this way.
You bet I do, Lord Captain. Okay, so we went to Footfall once. Well, I mean, Lord Captain Theodora went to Footfall a lot. But on that occasion, she took me with her for some reason. My day had gotten off to a bad start. My head had been yammering since I woke up, but there was nothing else for it. I had to go. We arrive at the place. And what a place! All the gentlemen and ladies dressed to kill, showing off their encrusted implants, all clustered around little tables. Well, turned out it was a gaming den. And not just any gaming den, but one run by somebody with deep pockets for people with just as much cash to splash. You should have seen it. People gambling away planets in a game of regicide. Anyway, so the Lord Captain wanted me to help her beat some guy. So I tell her, the chips won't land in your favor. You'll get a bad hand. Don't sit down at that table, your ladyship. But did she listen? Of course she didn't. If there's one thing she never lacked, it's stubbornness. So they sat down and the cards were dealt. I'm hovering around like I'm not involved, but I'm keeping my eye on things. And everything in my head keeps getting louder and louder. Anyway, it's a good thing I realized in time that my mind wasn't going haywire over a losing hand.
It certainly does sound like that, doesn't it?
Else. I made some excuse to drag the Lord Captain up from the table and took her away from that place. And a few minutes later...
Though I imagine what the
room where
Imperial
we'd been-
nobles could get up to would make Las Vegas look benign by comparison.
It turned out some wise guy had the same bright idea to bring a pet psyker along with him. One of those ones who just scuttle around in Footfall's underbelly. And the psyker just freaked out, I guess. After all the commotion, people went to see what happened in the room. And they'd all gone for each other's throats. Literally. With teeth. And I think they completely detached that asteroid from Footfall and pushed it off into open space so it would head off toward the local star.
When in doubt, throw it into space. When you want to make doubly sure, push it into the sun.
Of course. Always at your service.
2, 3, 4, 5, and the rest of our gens at 6. Unfortunately, I think I'm gonna have to call it here. It's almost, yeah, it's pretty much near the time. Honestly, I went a little bit overtime, but wanted to get at least some of this dialogue out of the way. So, thank you X Diamond, thank you Beyblade XL for both joining me here today. As I said, if you want to check out the rest of the VOD, it will be on Twitch up until they do their auto delete. I think since I don't have partnership or anything like that, it only lasts like 2 or 3 weeks. But I do, as I said, I do have a YouTube channel. It's exactly the same, Savani_VT on YouTube. I should have the VOD up there hopefully within the next few hours. It depends on how long YouTube takes to buffer everything and render everything properly. If you want to check out the rest of the stream or check out anything else that I've done, my usual plan is to, at minimum, stream Sundays, Mondays, and Wednesdays. I'm trying to get up to 4 days a week. It just depends on how my in-real-life schedule goes with everything. Usually pretty early in the morning into the early afternoon, except on Sundays when I can afford to go, like today, a little bit later. So yeah, we're going to be sticking with Rogue Trader for the near foreseeable future. This is probably going to take a while. It's a long game. There's a lot of reading. And once we get past the first planetary system, it's pretty much blind. I do have a little bit of experience with what goes on in Footfall, but after that, it's going to be pretty much blind. So yeah, I hope you all had a good time. Again, X Diamond, thanks for hanging out, and thanks for typing in the chat and giving me something to interact with. It's amazing how much easier it is to just talk and do stuff, even if you just got one person in the chat who you can bounce stuff off of. And Beyblade XL, thanks for lurking. Hope you enjoyed what little you were able to see. As I said, check out the VOD if you want to check out the rest of it. And I hope to catch you guys here again pretty soon. I hope you all have a glorious weekend. I hope you have a glorious week if I don't see you again. So yeah, have a good one. All right, where's the, there we go, stop streaming button. Oh, of course, I do this and there's a fourth person that just popped in here. Well, unfortunately, we're going to be heading out for the day. So again, I hope you all have a glorious weekend. Bye.